Hi. Hello, and welcome to another episode of this show. I hope you're all having a nice Saturday afternoon as we're already at the end of August because time just keeps fucking going faster and faster, it seems. How am I? I'm tired. I woke up late because I've been working on the scout video like nonstop for like the past 3 to 4 days, trying to get it finished. It's still not done. It's the total length of the scout video is like 48 minutes long, so it's still gonna take a little bit of time to finish, which is why I'm aiming to have it done by Tuesday. Hang on, let me just get some music going in the background. It's gonna be loud for a second. Excuse me. All right, perfect. Your voice sounds tired? Well, I definitely feel it. But yeah, we're here for another episode of Cleared for Battle, which is episode 4 for August. And after this stream, I will be opening up submissions for episode 5. So, those of you that have either been working on stuff or waiting for the next episode, well, you'll have your opportunity to do so in like, time is it? In about like 4.5 hours ish. I woke up like an hour ago. Yeah, same. Yeah, same. Which is why I started 10 minutes late, because I wouldn't have been able to finish my lunch if I didn't. Yeah, so for those of you that have never been here before, this show is essentially just you submit me your movesets and I review them. You know, if the wheel is kind to you and selects your moveset, then your moveset gets reviewed. I had a power nap earlier as well. Seems like we're all sleepy. Yeah, it just seems like that kind of day. But yeah, I don't remember if I submitted my meme mage moveset for episode 4. I don't think you did. I don't see a meme mage on this list. But don't worry, you'll be able to be one of the first submissions for episode 5. But the submissions for episode 5, again, do not open until this episode is over, so please do not resubmit your work during this stream. And yeah, let me just, let me get our good old friend, the wheel. You know, it's been like a month since the last one. I was expecting, I for some reason was expecting there to be more movesets on the wheel. I think there's only like 13 this time around. I thought it'd be like up to like 20 something. I don't know why. But yes, it's time for the wheel. Uh, yeah, I guess we'll just we'll roll, and whoever gets the first moveset gets the first moveset. Let's see. And our first moveset of the day is Nabbit. Who submitted Nabbit? Hang on a second. Oh, Nabbit was like the last one submitted for this. That's kind of funny. Okay. Uh-oh. I don't know why it jumped me straight to the final smash, but hang on a second. Alright. I like Nabbit. He's a funny little guy. I agree. An interesting little character that's been around long enough that I think he potentially might have a shot at some point in the future. We love the wheel. The wheel loves picking, like, off-brand choices. And from what I see of, like, a lot of stuff, usually, when it comes to popular stuff that gets into Clear for Battle, like, the wheel never likes to select the super popular choice, for some reason. I didn't adjust it whatsoever, that's just the way it is. But yes, Nabbit has it in the bag. You know what, this man's had it good for too long with his invincible shenanigans. It's about time that somebody's able to just punch him in the face. Nabbit started out as a little side mission in New Super Mario Bros. U where Mario must chase him through a level to gain a power-up that he stole. Did he really debut in Mario U? I thought he debuted on Mario Wii. I don't know why that came to my mind, but... Then he made an official playable appearance in New Super Luigi U since the developers didn't like the what three toads look like on screen ever since he made cameos in other spin-offs like Sports, Mario Kart Tour, an RPG, and even Smash Bros. Itself as a stage hazard on the stage based off his debut game. Now he's a playable character in the latest, at the time of writing this, Mario platformer, Mario Wonder. Yeah, but he's the cheap character. He's the character that you play as for, like, Babby's first platformer. So it's clear that he's made himself quite comfortable with the rest of the cast, and I for one am all for it. I developed a fondness for the little guy. Does that mean he'll be in Smash? I'd be down, but I wouldn't hold my breath on it. With how much relative attention he's been getting recently, I definitely would not rule him out. Probably somewhere around Toad and Bandana Wallaby, less than Bandana Wallaby, maybe more than Toad, which is sad because I think that Toad probably deserves to be in Smash more than like 90% of the characters that people want in Smash. Nabbit, being a pesky little thief, always on the run from something as he tries to grab and or keep his loot, treats this more of a heist than anything. He's a mobile character that prefers a hit-and-run / keep-away tactics, frustrating the opponent into chasing him and making mistakes that he can capitalize off of grabbing loot from the fighters, to be explained in the next slide. Normally he doesn't have any real option for a consistent kill, and the attacks he does throw the little effort in are very slow without the range and power to back it up. But after he grabs enough loot, he is more than compensated and ready to steal the ultimate prize, a stock, to be explained again. Problem is... Oh wait. Fuck. I just realized I forgot to do something. Hang on a second. Stop the presses for a second. I've got to just, you know. It's been a while since I've done this, so... Okay. I forgot to put on the timer. The timer that makes it so that we're not on like one moveset for like an hour and a half. Problem is though he does this, he's pretty light and really doesn't like being caught. So he's like a rushdown essentially. Hit and run can essentially be described as either footsie or rushdown depending on how mobile they are. Really mobile characters like Sonic can essentially be described as a footsie/rushdown hybrid, but Sonic doesn't really like to play the game in any general way that favors his opponent, so he can be wherever the fuck he wants, honestly. As for what he uses to fight, well, normally he's not much of a fighter, given how in his playable appearances he avoids confrontation. In his boss battle in Mario & Luigi Paper Jam, he throws out minions against you to do the fighting, as he lays back, but that doesn't mean he won't get physical when he has to. But as seen in his Paper Jam boss fight, he's got loads of tricks in his bag, such as minions, obstacles, power-ups, and coins. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. And coins, and will prefer to use those tricks a lot in his moveset. He can also teleport, and that won't go unnoticed. Gimmick Loot Bag. A series of moves that will have Nabbit grab loot from the opponent, visualized from his bag, and his UI creates a puff of dust as the item lands in the bag. After he steals loot 3 times, the bag will grow to full loot size, which is about the size in this slide picture. Stealing loot from the opponent doesn't affect them gameplay-wise, but does steal held items. Flavor-wise, imagine him stealing a coin from Mario's pocket he was going to use after the fight. This is relevant because a lot of his moves will have him swing his bag as a weapon. As stated before, they're slow and weak, but with his bag, he'll be more practical, especially with some extra tools he'll get that we'll see later. After Nabbit lands an attack with his bag or gets KO'd, he will lose all of his loot. With a bunch of coins and even things like rupees or even bells falling off if he lands the attack or where he gets KO'd like Mega Man. His loot could change depending on who he fights, but that's more of an Easter egg thing and it's not relevant here. So for what I can gather from this, mainly because I don't like to bring up grammar. It's like a criticism point, but the grammar is a little bit all over the place in this. For what I'm able to gather, it basically means that you can steal items from your opponents, and by stealing the items from your opponents, you essentially increase your own strength. It's kind of somewhat in the same vein as the design I had for, Captain Toad, where he was able to increase the stuff he put in his backpack to increase his own weight. But instead of increasing his own weight, this increases his damage. Which sounds fine. I have no problem with that. I like characters that offer the player that level of flexibility. Excuse me. That offer the player that level of flexibility in how they want to essentially build themselves. Like, you can go really heavy hitting, or you can be lighter, but you'll get more combos and stuff like that. He becomes powerful after he collects the exact number of not power that gets gradual. I mean, still the exact same thing. In a sense. Instead of gradual, it's just you get to choose whether or not you want to stay weaker for potentially more combos, or you want to get more damage for better kills, but in turn your combo game probably gets notably worse. Attributes. Since Nabbit already has a model in Smash, I don't see a reason to change it. With Nabbit being notable for running, it makes sense that he's got high running speed and high initial running speed, initial dash, meaning he can get momentum easily, meaning he has some pretty low traction. Well, traction is something you want to have high if you're like really fast, because the higher your traction, the faster you could act out of your dash. However, in the air, it's a bit tricky for him. While he has a pretty high jump height, his airspeed is pretty slow, meaning he can't carry his momentum as well with the jump. His gravity is also low, leaving him vulnerable to juggles. Well, actually, his gravity should be high if he wants to be vulnerable to juggles. Also, he has relatively a lot of turnaround speed at 16 frames against the average 12. Well, he and Captain Falcon can go have a drink together at the bar then, because they're both suffering from that problem. He's also very light. Nabbit also gets noticeably slower and heavier with the sack full of loot, but it's not enough that it'll slow him down too much. But it won't keep him on the ground. It won't keep him on the ground that well if he takes a hit either. Seems perfectly fine. Yeah, it seems perfectly fine. I have no issues with that whatsoever. He's basically, I guess the perfect term to describe him is he's squirrely. He's small and he's fast, but he's noticeably light. I think squirrely is the right terminology for it. Walk, Falco, he's about as heavy as Sheik. Runs on par with Mithra and Fox, that's pretty fast. Initial dash on par with Lil Mac. It's got the height of Diddy Kong, airspeed. Oh, that's a pretty fucking horrendous airspeed. And for full loot, he goes all the way up to 87. He gets slowed down to about Banjo-Kazooie. I'd slow him down a little bit more. I think if you're going to give him that much of a weight increase, I think I'd knock him down to probably somewhere around or a little bit below someone like Bowser. And that's still fast. Like, that's like Bowser's still like, I think, top 20 run speeds in the entire game. No, fuck off Windows Update, I don't care. I also think I would make his fall speed a lot faster when he has a bag full of loot. I don't think that Mario's a good, like, comparison spot. I'd make him, like, notably heavier. The reason I mentioned low gravity is, like, I mentioned Lil Mac where I can't land with much safety. Well, to be honest, a lot of characters that have, like, really high gravity also really fucking suck when it comes to landing. Like, if you want a comparison, Fox, I think, has some of the highest gravity in the game, and he is, like, notoriously bad at, like, getting out of a disadvantaged state. Same with Falcon. I could have sworn Squirtle falls faster than Mario, but I also don't remember the character stats off the top of my head. Yeah, I thought so too. Honestly, the fall speed for a lot of characters in modern Smash doesn't really feel very impactful unless you're playing somebody like Fox. Who submitted this? This was done by Next King Dun. And apparently this was the last one put in before the moveset came to it, before the submissions came to a close. But yeah, I think I'd make him fall faster. I think that I think he's a little too fast if you're going to give him that much of a weight buff. Honestly, in my opinion, up this to 90, so it's a nice round number. And maybe reduce this down to just a little bit below Bowser. But yeah, I think that everything else looks perfectly fine. Jab. Nabbit throws out a punch followed by a kick before hopping at the opponent charging with his body, moving him a bit forward. It's a bit more forward than other jabs that do. His hands and feet will grow cartoonishly the same way that Mario and other relatively cartoony characters do in the animation. That's perfectly fine. It's less because they're cartoony and it's more just to help with readability. And I honestly think that they should do it more with non-cartoony characters as well, just, make attacks easier to see. It's a bit short range compared to Mario's and has the same speed and damage, but with a further base knockback. While not his best tool, it can be a solid way to get the opponent off of you if they're too close for comfort. That sounds perfectly fine. I also admire the use of drawings to help get your points across. It's always nice to see effort like this put in, because it does go a long way. Forward tilt. Nabbit opens his bag a little and a bruiser's boxing glove comes out of it. This is one of his stronger attacks, dealing 13%, good range, safe on block, only a little slower than his jab, but a lot of his active and ending frames, leaving him open for a bit on whiff. Has good base knockback comparable to his jab, but low scaling, so he can use this as a poke to rack up damage and start tech chases. That feels like it should be a forward smash. I was about to say, I like the idea of the animation, and I do think they would fit a forward smash better, but maybe instead of a boxing glove coming out of the bag, he can put on the boxing glove himself, and he does some sort of straight thrust punch in front of him, or a hook, or something along those lines, just to help differentiate. Maybe he pulls out the boxing glove from his bag and then he punches and then he puts it back in. Or something along those lines. Or it's a boxing glove on a string or something. Exactly. I do like the idea, because I do think that a character with a tool like this should use it a lot in their moveset, because it does offer a lot of potential in just what you can do with it. I made a mistake. Safe on shield with safe on block. It means the same thing, but just a heads up. I mean, it's the exact same thing. In Smash terminology, it pretty much is the exact same thing. So there's no problem there. Up tilt. Nabbit does a small hop to headbutt the opponent. Comes out really fast, though lags a bit. Has deceptively high hitbox, but is limited horizontally. It works to start and or continue combos on airborne opponents, even comboing into itself at low percentages, and even up special at specific higher percentages. Said up special gains loot. I don't really have a problem with this. I think I'm just trying to think of how this would look in game, and just there aren't really. I'm trying to think if there's any character that has a equivalent in terms of an up tilt, because usually when you have it, you don't want it to be that small and that centered on the character, because more often than not, if you have that, you're basically going to be able to do next to nothing with it unless somebody's directly on top of you. Squirtle. And Olimar has one. Yes, but Olimar has one where he does a spin and does multiple hits. And he jumps nobly high off the ground when he does it. Hang on a second. I just need to see what Squirtle's looks like, sorry. Because it's been a while. Oh. I mean, yeah, I guess if it's something similar to this, I guess that's fine. I've always thought that animation just looks a little weird. What's that website? This is Ultimate Frame Data. It's basically a site that is a collection of like all the characters in Smash Ultimate with that has like all their moves and all their frame data and all sorts of stuff along those lines, and has like visual references for each one of them. It's a site I use a lot for when designing movesets, along with Kuragane Hammer. But yeah, if it's something similar to Squirtle, even if I don't think that Squirtle's animation for it looks the greatest, I do think that that is a perfectly fine, like, up tilt to have. Down tilt. Nabbit opens his bag to the floor as the penguin suit slides on its belly and onto the floor. This is a projectile that acts as a long-range poke tool, sliding on the ground. With the distance of Sephiroth's forward tilt, and even slides off of ledges too. Pretty safe on shield unless the opponent is too close. While a weak attack at both damage and knockback wise, it gives enough hit stun for Nabbit to move with more safety. At certain distances and certain mid-range percents, it can combo into a partially charged side special. The penguin suit is also smaller than what it usually is since it's sliding up on the ground. Its hitbox is only a bit bigger than Nabbit's foot, and with it so low to the ground, this move is vulnerable to high profiling. Yeah, I was just about to say, I feel like moves like these should be reserved for specials. I don't really know how I feel about a character having a projectile down tilt. And also, you don't really need to worry about high profiling since it's a projectile, it doesn't have any sort of tangible hitbox, which means it's completely disjointed from Nabbit himself. And as a result, I don't know, I feel like you could have him put on the suit and slide forward along the ground if you really wanted him to have like a sliding down tilt. Which in that case, I think it'd be perfectly fine. I think it's pretty much the same thing the same problem I have with forward tilt. It's let Nabbit do it instead of having him summon to do it, if that makes any sense. Like, let him be a little bit more involved with the moveset. Nabbit doesn't use power-ups. I mean, we're in Smash. There are characters in Smash that do things that they don't have access to. Like, you know, most notably Ness and Lucas using abilities they never got access to in their home games. And many, many other examples. So I think that if you really wanted, you could make the exception that he uses power-ups here in Smash, because why not? I feel like a belly slide referencing the penguin would work, but I don't think he needs to put the suit on for one move. And yeah, that's perfectly fine as well. Like Pichu using agility, but can't learn in Pokemon at all. Yeah, and like Pikachu hasn't learned Skull Bash since Gen 1. So Nabbit not being able to use power-ups is one of the main things about his character. Well then, he just doesn't use the suit then. He just does a reference to it. He just slides along the ground. I guess that's an apt comparison. It's just that a down tilt that's a projectile that has that much range seems pretty oppressive in certain cases, especially when the hitbox is that low to the ground and it can easily like low profile so much stuff. Yeah, I think just like a simple like reference to the suit would be perfectly fine. And maybe you could have it so that like every like 1 in 20 chances you use it, like the suit falls out of his bag by accident as like as because like, oh, he had the power up on the whole time and he was just I guess quote unquote using it without using it. I feel a projectile down tilt would need to have very small range. I agree. If you want like an example of like a really good projectile like tilt attack, even if it's not from Smash, I think the best example is something like Chris's like crouching down forward punch. Sorry, crouching down forward heavy from Marvel 3, where he just like shoots his pistol at the floor. It's notably short range. It could pop people off the floor and it's useful for stuff, but it is like notably short range. Dash attack. Nabbit swings his bag in circles as he dashes towards his opponent. So this does use his bag and is affected by max loot size. During his normal size, he spins rapidly, whacking the opponent with the bag multiple times. Deals a solid 10.5% damage. Isn't that move a disjoint hitbox though? Well yeah, it's a projectile. All projectiles are technically disjoints. But all bag attacks he swing his max size, a very slow startup, 24 frames, unsafe on shield, and has 28 frames of end lag. But with max loot size, it turns into a single massive 2-time swing with his bag. Deals a meaty 24 to... Oh, that's a bit much. Deals a meaty 24 to 25% damage. Especially at ledges. However, its startup is slower since it takes a while for him to start swinging from Nabbit. It is much more unsafe on shield, not even doing much shield damage to compensate. While I don't have any issue about the move dealing more damage if the sack is full, 24 to 25% on a dash attack is a little bit ludicrous. There are characters in Smash who have fully charged smash attacks that don't reach that much damage. I also kind of think that this kind of fits just the bag swing in front of him. I think this kind of fits a forward tilt more than a dash attack. Like, if you wanted, you could make, like, the penguin slide, the dash attack, like, move the bag swing to side tilt. And maybe if you wanted to have, like, the boxing glove come out of the bag when he's crouching and it does, like a low hook, like, along the floor. And it's got, like, some decent range to it. But it still, counts as a hitbox for Nabbit. I think that's perfectly fine. Or maybe a drop kick because I feel he should kick more than because Rabbit. Well, the thing about that is that Smash characters tend to follow a certain type of design philosophy with their normals, and that's mainly the fact that sorry, I'm jumping back, but just to give it like a look at Nabbit, like the most like notable standout features of the character are usually what turn into like 90% of their normals. So that's why you have like Peach has so many attacks where she uses her lower half, her butt, because the lower half of her dress stands out so much and takes up so much area in the design that it's basically where majority of her moves went. Like, Nabbit's biggest standout feature is his sack. I feel his legs are fairly distinct enough to justify it. I think that he could probably have, like... some sort of like maybe like aerial attacks where he uses them. But I think for a majority of attacks, I think him using stuff from his sack makes the most sense, just given the general idea of how Sakurai has described how he designs these characters. Like, I think I did this exercise like once before, and it was like, I brought up like Waluigi, like what are standout features of like what Waluigi? What aspect of this character do you think would be used the most if he ever got a real Smash moveset? And the most standout feature is his legs. He's got very long, spindly legs, which lend themselves nicely to a lot of potential kick attacks. I think jab and dash attack make the most sense for grounded kicks, honestly. I agree with the jab. Maybe for dash attack he does like just like some jump, like some form of jumping attack. He does kick in his jab. Yes, I think what Techno is more referring to is that the jab combo is kick centric. Like it's mostly just kicks. Like maybe just like kick, bag swing or something along those lines. Not really. I think what's there works perfectly fine. Alright. But yeah, this does way too much damage. I think the most I would max it out at is like 16%. And that's still like very powerful for a dash attack. There are very few characters in Smash that have a 16% dash attack. And even then, I still think this looks better on a forward tilt than a dash attack. Forward smash. Nabbit jumps forward and slams his bag down the opponent. Another bag-related attack related to max size, only the range and damage notably affected. Has a longer and higher hitbox than what it seems, with animation similar to Shulk's backslash. Regular size damage, though, isn't impressive, ranging from 17 to 22%. Depending on charge. Has a startup of 20 frames, but has a lot of active frames with a hard hitbox to land with the swinging motion. The hitbox naturally gets bigger with max loot size, dealing 29 to 41%. Crushes shields if they're held for like 3/4 of a second. It can kill someone like Mario's weight uncharged at around 55% center stage. That is a pretty big deficit of charge time, like charge damage of 29 to 41. Most Smash attacks have like a damage threshold of like 5 to 4%, where that's how much they gain during the charge. So if you wanted to make this like 29 to 34, I think that'd probably be better. But even then, I think I would probably put it around like 27 to like 32. And 32 is still like Bowser forward smash levels of damage at full charge. So that's still some sizable damage to it. Killing opponents with max loot size resets loot size. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know if I inherently agree with that. I feel that's way too punishing to the player. Usually, if it's something that you lose when you lose your stock, that's fine. If that's punishing you for having gone to that point. But losing it when you are winning kind of just doesn't feel great for the player in terms of like feedback. I don't like that Sephiroth does that as well. I agree. I think that the mechanic should stay until you lose your stock. Not they lose their stock. But yeah, I think that this attack is fine. It just needs to have its damage at full bag size heavily nerfed. Again, I think like 27 to 32 or 26 to 31 is definitely a better threshold. There is no smash attack that has a 12% damage threshold. So that's definitely something that should be revised in some way, shape, or form. Up smash. Nabbit looks up, dropping his bag as the bag suddenly pressed downwards, about to spit out a star coin above it as he hops at it and puts it back in the bag. Starts at 13 frames and end leg of 17 frames. However, as the hitbox is directly above him, there's a lot of active frames. 20 of active frames at 24. Star coin spins in place. The bag itself is a sour spot that combos into the loot. If the opponent somehow gets into it, especially at max loot size, the bag is pressed further down, but the coin being placed at the same distance above the bag, it naturally gains more vertical range. It's a strong disjoint anti-air, doing about 14 to 25%. And Nabbit's best kill move when his bag isn't at max size. Again, I think that threshold is a little bit all over the place. Most attacks that have a base damage of 14 usually have a damage threshold up to like 19%. Like 19. Very generously, maybe 20. Especially on high platforms, but while I wouldn't imagine players trying to use it to consistently kill, my biggest problem is that the animation kind of doesn't really make sense. Just judging by the way it's described, this doesn't really sound like something that would believably be charged up and then happen. Like, if you wanted to have him, like, slam his bag down, and slamming his bag on the floor causes the coin to fly up into the air and deal damage, I think that'd probably be better, because then you could have some very nice anticipation frames of him, like, raising the bag above his head, then, like, slamming it into the floor. The coin pops out of the bag, and maybe instead of him jumping up to catch it, it just falls. He just like opens the bag and it just falls back into it, or something along those lines. It's just that the execution of the animation does not sound the greatest, and would probably look. It sounds like it would have a duck hunt problem. The bag itself is pressed down like it's slammed, like it's alive. It's still a little too odd for an up smash animation. Because again, smash attacks are very much the anticipation, which is the charge, and then, the outcome, which is whatever the attack is. And you want to have it so that there's clear body language of where the attack's going to go and what's going to happen. This sounds a little bit too incidental to be an up smash. And the reason I say it has like somewhat of a duck hunt problem is that the animation of the charge doesn't translate very well to what's going to happen in the smash attack itself. And that's like a problem that like Duck Hunt has that very, very few characters do. Again, I think maybe slamming the bag down, the coin flies up, and then he catches it when it comes back down would make more sense for this kind of animation. But other than that, I just think that the damage threshold is a little bit too much. Again, smash attacks do not have like 11 to 12% damage thresholds. It's usually like around 4 to 5% at max. Down smash. Nabbit's bag falls down behind him, and then he jumps into the air at the same time as the bag spits out a small POW block, which he stomps on, shaking the ground around him. There's a lot of startup frames at 27, but the active and end frames are quick, comparable to DK's down smash both in range and launch angle, with it functionally acting like a single hit of his down B, though weaker in power at 18 to 21%. Okay, that one's damage threshold is surprisingly too low. Though the knockback scaling is pretty low at certain percentages, Nabbit can use this to follow up with powerful kill moves like forward air, or specials that grab him loot. Since it only affects the ground, it makes it also vulnerable to high profiling and anti-airs. Okay, so I have several problems with this. Again, I think that the animation that leads into the attack is a little bit convoluted. Like, if you want to have it so that he just jumps up and a block appears below him and then he just stomps on it, that's fine. But, like, the way it's described here is, again, a little bit cumbersome. I also think that having a smash attack that only purely affects the ground, or any type of move that only affects the floor, is generally not a great move for any character in a platform fighter to have. Most attacks that only affect the floor in most fighting games tend to be pretty crap and lead to the character having some serious blind spots when it comes to being able to cover certain when it comes to be able to performing certain like combos or things that no other character has problems with. And I think a great example of this is in Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3, Iron Fist has a launcher that only affects the ground, and as a result, his ability to get air combos going is fucking awful. Like, it is awful. Iron Fist's launcher in Marvel vs. Capcom 3 is like one of the worst design moves in the entire game. Not to mention with how much this game again encourages you to use your environment to your advantage, and that environment wasn't Nemesis level 3, only ground 2. I swear it could also catch airborne opponents, but maybe that was Marvel Infinite. I could be wrong. But yeah, I think that a move in a fighting game that tends to only affect the ground is like it has to be like very situational. Like, I know that like an example is like Potemkin's slide head from Guilty Gear, where he slams the ground and if you're on the floor it trips you. But that's like, again, that's very situational. And that's not something that you use all the time. And it's only used specifically for like one purpose, which is to approach. But then again, that's a more traditional fighting game where fighting on the ground isn't as much of a problem. But in Smash, which is a game with 8-way directional movement and you're allowed to jump and move around freely, having moves that are just affecting the ground is generally a bad idea. So I would have it maybe affect around him in like a bubble. Like, you know, you hit the POW block and it does like an outward burst of energy or something along those lines. Oh, that's the timer, and my music stopped. Hang on a second. Honestly, if Headslide was in Smash, it would be next to useless. It would be. And I think a lot of moves that only affect the ground are, like, generally not designed for a game like Smash. Especially since there are characters in the game that are heavily encouraged to never be on the ground, like Jigglypuff, for example. Like, you would never hit Jigglypuff with this. It also doesn't help that in Smash Ultimate, they homogenized jump squats, so everybody has a 3-frame jump squat, so which means every character can immediately get off the ground in 3 frames. So again, I think that if you want to have a move like this, you need to have it so that it affects around him and not just the floor. But yes, from what I've seen, I think this moveset has potential. I will definitely be looking at... I'll definitely give you a full review of it with the others once I look through it fully when all this is over. But I think that you're on the right track. I think that some moves do need to be toned down a little bit, like the dash attack damage is too much. I like the up tilt. I think if you change the down tilt into something resembling a slide, that'd be more fitting. I like the idea of the forward tilt, but the way it's presented looks more like a forward smash, and I think that having Nabbit put on the glove himself and punch would be a better choice. I think the jab combo is perfectly fine. The forward smash animation is very good, but its damage threshold is way too high. And I think the animations for the up and down smash need to be revised because they feel a little too cluttered, and especially the up smash, it just really doesn't make sense for it to be an up smash. From what I've seen, the mechanic is really good, but some of the normals and damage need to be tweaked. Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, I'll be looking at that more when I get around to reviewing all these movesets. And since I don't want people to, you know, have to manually go in and set it so that people can, like, leave comments, because I know that I'm not going to get everybody to do that. I'm just going to, I guess, just, like, write it all down in a Word document and just leave it in the Cleared for Battle section when it's done, which will probably be in the next couple of days, because again, I've been, like, very fucking busy with Scout's video, and that's pretty much exactly what I'm going to be doing the moment I get done with this stream. Okay, so let's see who our second spin will give us. Okay, so we have Jago. I think this is Jago from Killer Instinct. Let me take a look. Okay. Jago in Smash, and this was submitted by GJ Grapes. Playstyles, footsies plus dynamic or footsies and mix up. 2 jumps, Camol jump. His weight is 99. Okay. He has a turnaround and the locked arc front jump like all the fighting game characters, Kazuya included, but makes a little sense. But he has a mirror mechanic, the Shadow Gauge. It fills up when he takes damage or deals it, and using a command input will cost 1 bar, which is pretty fitting because that's just the way that shadow moves work in Killer Instinct. Height, frame data, damage, combos. Some pretty, like, average to pretty below average stats. I'm surprised. I don't know if he has the combo system or not. I've never played Killer Instinct. You should. It's a very good game with some very, very good music. Oh no. So, right off the bat, well, I can tell what the jab combo is based on the because they're based on the buttons. The fact that the moves are extremely short in description and don't have any images associated with them means that I have very, very little to go off of in terms of what they are and what they can do. A sword stab that launches on contact based on the danger move. Sword stab without the first 2 slashes. Yeah, I can't say anything about this because there's nothing to go off of in terms of either description or images. I get the jab and this crouching light kick. Again, if you're using moves from the game, you should be giving him images to go along with it. And I definitely know that there are sites that carry the images of like all of these characters and what they can do. Like, let me just quickly check something. Yeah, just open up Super Combo. Does Super Combo have that? Or do I have to go somewhere else, like a Dust Loop equivalent? I don't know if Super Combo has Killer Instinct on their page. Do they? Oh, they do! Yeah, as you can see, like if you want like images for the moves, they exist. Like this is the stuff that you should be showing if you're using the moves from the games. I don't know why the They have Killer Instinct, but they don't have it at like the top of their page. That's so weird. Side smash does a roundhouse kick. Very powerful attack. But yes, again, like a lot of these just like are very much like nothing. I'm sorry. While I appreciate that you put in something like this to show the inputs, this is definitely nice. You should definitely be, but the thing is, you have the moves here. You gave a picture here. You should be putting them in here as well. And his Final Smash is essentially his ultimate from Killer Instinct 2013, which makes sense. I think the inputs are from the Super Combo page. I don't know. No, I don't think so. I don't know where the hell he got these from, but I think that... I'm sorry, but I can't review this. I legitimately cannot review this. And the main reason I can't review this is because like 90% of it has like next to no description and next to no references for anything. No, I'm not going to read all of it. I literally cannot review this. And one of the main reasons, I'm even going to list when I, in the documents, like you have to give references and you have to improve your descriptions. You gave nice descriptions and, inputs for the specials, but you should be showing what the specials look like as well. It is notably empty. So yeah, while I thank you for submitting, I legitimately cannot review this. It is just like... It is unfinished, essentially. I'll be sure to lay out details on how you can improve and places you can get the stuff to improve your descriptions and all that. And I would prefer to maybe in the future see you come back and resubmit that moveset like actually finished. But yeah, I cannot review that moveset. I'm sorry. So we're going right back to the wheel. Alright, our true second moveset of the day is going to be Reuniclus. Who submitted this? This is a moveset that was submitted by Anonymous. I think this is his only submission to the Cleared for Battle video series. Goopy Greg. Alright then, we got Reuniclus. Reuniclus is Pokemon 579, being the final form of the Solosis line introduced in the Unova region of Pokemon Black and White. They are a psychic type Pokemon. They are the multiplying Pokemon forming neural networks with one another through physical contact that increases their psychic power. They prefer to use their newly developed arms to attack with over their psychic abilities, despite not having a very good attack stat. Reuniclus will be a light, flowy character with lackluster movement speeds, making up for it with their tricky nature, good damage, and overall design gimmick. Levitating off the ground slightly while grounded, able to high profile a small amount of attacks, Reuniclus has 2 floaty jumps and no other movement options. Oh god, so their weight is 80, so that's very low. They're about as tall as Pac-Man. They walk about as fast as the Samuses, and their dash speed is only as high as Ryu, which is notably slow. Sorry, I forgot to start the timer again. High profile example. That's a little bit filthy, but I'll allow it. Simply because of the fact that most Smash moves have very large hitboxes in terms of just how much range they cover, and they're more cones than anything else. Reuniclus will have a one-hit jab that, unlike most jabs, will be a move that hits all around them. They will emit a psychic pulse as an easy get-off-me tool. So it is essentially... Wait, no, it's only one hit. I was gonna say, so is it like Mana Knight where you just hold the button to just do damage around yourself? A nair for a jab. So, shine, pretty much. Essentially, that's what it sounds like, yeah. I figured it'd be something that you could rapidly press in order to, like, continuously damage around yourself. And then once you stop mashing the button, you do the outward pulse that would knock people backwards. It's like a damaging burst, essentially. It's definitely weird, but I don't know if I inherently think it's bad. Mainly because of the fact that we've never had a character in Smash have a tool like this before. It's Sephiroth's Nair as a jab. Kind of, yeah. I don't think it's a bad idea. I don't think it's a bad idea either. It's just something that we've never seen before. I guess I would need to, this moveset doesn't really, describe the speed or, how much range it covers. I think a character like this having just a simple get off me tool for their jab is... I don't really have a problem with this, surprisingly. Yeah, I think this is fine. Dash attack. Reuniclus uses its psychic power to push itself forward in a strong bursting body bash. Due to its strong psychic pushing, this move will have decent super armor, good for keeping yourself from getting launched and for soaking up damage, will make sense later. Have about 3/4 of the range of Dark Samus' dash attack. So like right there. Like right there-ish is where it would stop. While I'm a little bit curious about the super armor on a dash attack, simply because a lot of dash attacks tend to not have super armor, I'm curious to see how this leads into other aspects of the character, since it says it will make sense later. But as the attack itself, I think that's perfectly fine. Holy hell, that is a crusty image. Reuniclus's forward tilt will be a stretchy palm strike similar to the Stretch Chaos from Sonic Battle. So basically just thrust its arm forward. Straight, it's simple, straight to the point. Makes sense, you know, given the size of the arms. Again, it's that Smash design philosophy of using the most standout parts of the character's physical appearance for a majority of their normals. Basically a Dhalsim normal? Kind of? I imagine it would be... I don't think it would be as extreme as, like, a Dhalsim normal. Or a Min normal. I guess that's the apt comparison for Smash. Reuniclus will do a two-handed raise the roof motion with their... where they shove their arms into the air similar to Ness's up tilt. Yeah, I think that's fine. Again, makes sense using both the arms for a simple up tilt. Push them up into the air. Yeah, that works. Down tilt. Reuniclus will whip slam its arm into the ground, similar to Flexible Chaos from Sonic Battle. Maybe instead of whipping it like vertically into the floor, you whip it horizontally along the ground just to simply not only like help with readability, but also, you know, help differentiate it from this. Like there are very, very few down tilts that are vertical in attack pattern. It's almost always like horizontal. I also think it just makes better sense for the character to like sweep their arm along the ground than do like a slam downwards, because then you'd have two tilts that basically roughly equate to covering roughly the same range. The only vertical down tilt I can think off the top of my head is K-Rool. Yes. So I think that to differentiate, maybe just have it be a horizontal swing with the arm instead of a vertical one. But I also like the idea that you brought up, Technobell, with the arms, with the up tilt, have the arms twist around themselves to make them look like DNA. I think that'd be a neat trick. Forward smash, hammer arm. Reuniclus's Evo learned move for some reason. Reuniclus's arm will stretch out and grow in size before slamming down to the ground in an arcing motion. Capable of spiking, similar to Kazuya's down smash, with much more end leg. I don't have a problem with that. I think that if you really want to give more to the animation, maybe have him use both arms instead of just one. So he's like putting his full body into it. Just checking, why did the moveset finish early? I'm sure you have your reasons, but I must have missed the memo. Oh, because to make sure that I don't take like hours upon hours per moveset, every moveset now has a 40-minute timer for the amount of time that I cover it, so that, you know, we're able to keep a decent pace. I'd remove the spike, but other than that, I agree with making it a double fist strike. I wouldn't have a problem with it if the spike hitbox is like notably, like very, very small. Like at like the very, very tip of the move. So you have to space yourself very carefully in order to actually spike with it. Or in turn, make it actually very close to Reuniclus so that, you know, you can't just outspace somebody at the ledge and then spike them into the fucking blast zone. But yeah, I think that like my only real thing I just had is just like make it both arms. It's now hammer arms, or better yet, an anchor arm because everybody loves him. Up smash. Reuniclus will boost itself up with its arms, doing a jovial spin around before floating back down with its arms up playfully. So similar in design to Bowser's up smash. I don't mind that. I think actually it's kind of weird. It's almost like it's like a fucking Zangief lariat, except you launch yourself into the air to do it. I imagine it's like push yourself up with the arms and spin around with your arms like splayed out. But again, I like it because it's doing the Smash design of using the most noble part of the character for a majority of the moves. And I think having the arms be involved in moves like this is a nice design touch. So yeah, I have no problem with this. I imagine it's more of a push-up than a handstand. Down smash. Reuniclus will raise up before slamming its hand into the ground, causing two tiny hands to punch upward from both sides of him. Imagine Squirtle's up smash, but Reuniclus is where the water, the peak of the water is, and the fists are as high as Squirtle is. Honestly, I wouldn't. You could probably make the hitboxes on the fists a lot bigger than just where Squirtle is, because Squirtle is noticeably small. I think the lariat would work better for the down smash. Probably would, but I don't think this is bad either. Like, if you want like an alternative, I guess, for an up smash, if you want to use the lariat for a down smash, you could have Reuniclus utilize some sort of like psychic storm ability where it like creates like a ball of like spinning psychic energy in its two hands and then like clasps them together to cause it to like break apart and send opponents flying. Something along those lines. Something maybe similar to Mewtwo, but where Mewtwo's powerful enough to do it with one hand, Reuniclus has to use both of its hands at the same time. But I think that as it is, it's what we have here is perfectly fine. I think I would just make the fists bigger. Neutral air. Reuniclus will do a single spin around with their fists punching either side, similar to Donkey Kong's. Well, for Reuniclus' sake, I sincerely hope they have a better time using it than Donkey Kong does, because this character can't land. But yeah, I think that's perfectly fine. Maybe have the arms stretch out a little bit more than DK does, because DK like holds his arms inwards after the initial spin starts. Maybe for Reuniclus, you just have them like spin around him like listlessly, like jelly, like they just like actually spin around his form. So closer to Peach than DK, pretty much, yeah. Reuniclus will flail their arm up and down, similar to Bowser's brothers' nephews. While not bad, I feel like you could probably have an ability here where, like, he like creates like a psychic blast with his hands. Like if he had like a really nobly powerful forward air where he like does like a small burst of psychic energy out from both of his hands in front of himself or something along those lines. I think that would be nice. Just say Bowser Jr. I'm just reading what's on the page. Yeah, the reason I also say something like that is that flailing usually doesn't come across great in terms of like making moves look good. It also looks nobly unrefined. I think the only instance I can think of where flailing actually like looked reasonably good in a fighting game is like one of Slayer's jumping attacks where he just like basically like flails his legs like he's running in midair. It's supposed to be comical. And Luigi's dash attack, yeah. But with Luigi I expect that because Luigi is he is coward. I don't really get that from Reuniclus. Yoshi's down there as well. Yoshi's a little bit different, but because Yoshi like puts like you can see on his face that he like puts like notable energy into what he's doing when he does his down air. But yeah, I think like a forward blast of psychic energy probably would have been a better choice for this. But that's just me. Reuniclus will jut their head outwards, directing some of their cellular fluid to enlarge it, similar to Wario's. At first I wasn't sure, but then you mentioned like the cellular makeup like changing in order to enlarge and deal more damage, and I think that's so do the arms get really tiny. That'd be a nice touch if the arms get really small. It's because all the jelly goes to his head. I also think that if you're going to have moves that like elongate his arms or use his arms in some way, maybe parts of his body could also morph to be a little bit smaller, and I guess that would also technically help add on to the ability to high-profile moves like this. Like he does a forward tilt, but like he takes some of the like fluid from his body, so his body's a little bit smaller. Reuniclus will do a stretching upward clap similar to Wario. Perfectly makes sense for the kind of character that Reuniclus is, and that range for Reuniclus would probably be fucking nuts. I'd imagine that would be the case if there were drawings or something. Probably, which is a shame. I wish there was, because Anonymous is known for doing animations for all the characters that he covers. But yeah, I think the up air is perfectly fine. Down air. Reuniclus enlarges their fist and slams it straight downward, having a harsh spike hitbox with an animation similar to Donkey Kong's. If you want a really fun idea for this, to enlarge their fist, one hand gets small while the other arm gets huge. It takes all the jelly out of one arm and puts into one arm, puts it into the other, and does a big down like punch with it. I think that's perfectly fine. And honestly, if you want, you could also do stuff like that with like forward tilt, where one arm gets smaller to elongate the other. And I think that if you're going to have an instance where you elongate like one arm, I think that's how you should do it in terms of just the visual animation of the character. What if they did that for all the moves and increased the size of limbs? Then I think that would be notably difficult to animate, but it would be very, very, like, awesome to look at. Rather off tangent, but this music is really nice to listen to. You have fine taste. Well, I tried to make a playlist of stuff that's, like, pretty soothing and calming so that, you know, I know that some people get pretty nervous when their movesets are brought up for Clear for Battle, so it's just like music to help people chill out. But yeah, I think that if you're going to have instances where one arm elongates or one thing of the body elongates, you shrink something else to, you know, make up for it. Grab. Reuniclus will grab opponents telepathically, giving it a short range, but compensating with decent power. Their pummel will be a size shock-like effect. It's funny because I just started Pseudo Regalia. Well, I hope you enjoy it because that game is very fun. It's very short though. But yeah, I think that's perfectly fine. Makes sense. Reuniclus will take the opponent in their hands, slinging them over their head before dragging them against the ground to toss them away. Again, add in the fun thing of if it's with one arm, just have the other arm shrink, and like you use that one arm like a slingshot. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Back throw, your standard telepathic back throw. I imagine Reuniclus would have to put in a little bit more effort than Mewtwo does, because again, Mewtwo is, well, Mewtwo. Also, I never realized what the fuck is happening to Mewtwo's wrist. I didn't realize that, like, something went wrong with the way that thing is weight painted or something, because that wrist is twisted around in the wrong direction. Up throw, Reuniclus does an uppercut that stretches very far with the opponent. If you want, again, going back to the stretching and shrinking of body parts to make up for the fact that he's a gelatinous blob, if you basically designed it so like the full body is put into the length of the arm, I think that'd be a nice touch. Like he becomes the anchor arm to uppercut somebody with that level of reach. And then just, like, goes back to being himself at the end of it. Reuniclus will squish their opponent like cartoon characters often turn to a basketball before they slam them into the ground. Ah yes, look, it's Crag before Craig. So it's Helldunk. It's what it sounds like. But yeah, I think that's perfectly fine. I would imagine they're just squished down a decent amount. I mean, you can't literally turn them into a fucking square like you can with, like, Crag, for example. But I feel like squishing them into their stock icon for, like, Game Watch's throws would be way less work. That probably would be the better decision, honestly. But as a throw, yeah, I think that's perfectly fine. But goddamn, that CGI is fucking horrendous. Neutral special, stored power. The meat and potatoes that Reuniclus' entire playstyle revolves around. This will be a burst of psychic power released in front of Reuniclus. However, the power of this move will be based on your accumulated damage prior to using it, with its power level signified by a swelling cell icon next to Reuniclus' HUD. Stored power will reach a maximum charge if Reuniclus accumulates 150% damage, practically capable of KOing any character at any percent. I don't know how I feel about this. It is essentially Lucario's aura as a move. And Lucario's aura already sucks. Like, really bad. And I genuinely don't know how I feel. I genuinely don't know how I feel about mechanics like this in a game like this. I don't have a problem with quote-unquote comeback mechanics, but I don't think that a character should start being a character, like, because they took damage. I think that a character should be able to function on its own, have a majority of its game plan work, without having to just basically throw themselves into their opponent and get hurt. I would probably add a way that Reuniclus can build this without having to hurt themselves. Like, if they have a move that allows them to, like, store energy or something like that, or they have a mechanic where after using a bit of, like, using a move, they can, like, store a bit of its power for later on, or something along those lines. Because I do not think that purely just having a move that lets you do more damage when you take your higher percent is inherently a good thing in a game like this. And it worked better like as a charge move like Samus, like he gets more projectiles the more the move is charged. I don't think the self-damage is even necessary. Stored power works off of self buffs and Pokemon, so you need to use it with nasty plot. Well, this is Smash. We don't need to care about the way it works in Pokemon, because a majority of the Pokemon moves in Smash don't work the way they do in Pokemon, anyways. But I do think that that'd be a better way of doing it. Like, he has a move that can buff himself, and that can somehow lead into a move that gives him more power if he sacrifices the buff to do, like, a big, powerful attack. I just genuinely do not like the mechanic of you have to be losing in order to actually do anything with this character. Like, I genuinely just, I do not like that design aspect at all. There's a lot of ways you could take this, and from what I've given and what the chat has given, there definitely are ways to get around it. But as it is, it is not exactly in the greatest spot, and I would not want... I do not think a character that is like 80, like very low weight value, like the weight value of Mad Knight, like 80, being a character that has to rely on a mechanic that has them at high damage, because a character at 80 weight value at 150% damage is like, you're basically dead. The chances of you getting to that percent value are very, very low, just because you're that light. Hell, Lucario got knocked down to like 90, and that potentially crippled their aura mechanic, just given the fact that they can't survive long enough to use it, and that's like 10 weight values above what Reuniclus is. Maybe Reuniclus should damage itself every time it uses this move. It's powerful to compensate. That's also an option. Again, there's a lot of ways you can take this move, but I just do not think that this is the one. This is not the way to do it. Using store power at any point will reset its gauge, so be sure not to press it accidentally. The charge of store power will be cut in half if Reuniclus is KO'd, as opposed to disappearing completely. Healing damage will not reduce the charge of stored power. Again, I just think that you first off, while I appreciate that you don't lose it immediately if you get KO'd when you have it, your chances of getting to 150 as a 80 weight value character is very, very low. Most characters have tools they can easily like finish off opponents that are that weight value at that percent value. Like it is like they sneeze on you and you're dead. Side special Pain Split. Reuniclus will have a chargeable command grab that will have 3 distinct levels of charge. Tapping side B will be a point-blank snatching motion similar to a standard grab. Charging the button for half a second will have Reuniclus stretch its arms forward a slight distance, and charging the button for a full second will have Reuniclus stretch their arms much further, going roughly the length of Min Min's grab range. This move is slightly angleable up and down, and if it lands, Reuniclus will be pulled towards the opponent rather than the opponent being pulled towards them. As the name implies, Pain Split splits the pain. If Reuniclus lands at the command grab, they will form a brief psychic link with the opponent, distributing their damage percentages between the two. Unlike most attacks, the least charged version will deal the most damage to an opponent. 50-50 split, 60-40 split, 70-30 split. So it's essentially Robin's Nosferatu on steroids. While I don't inherently have a problem with a move that heals while transferring damage, because again, Robin's Nosferatu exists, but Robin's Nosferatu is not only like very, very short range, it's also like limited in use. And it is the move that takes the longest out of all of Robin's tomes to recharge. So while effective when it works, you have to be very careful when you use it, or you're basically just wasting its charge. And from how slow it charges, it's pretty much a one-time per stock thing, most of the time. I understand why this is here. It's to help, offset the fact that you have to take damage in order to actually, make use of his standard special and stored power. But I think that I feel there needs to be a notable drawback if you're going to give a character a move like this. I do not think that giving a character a 50-50 damage split is inherently fun or fair. feels weird how accurately they translate this. A little bit. There's definitely a way you could have translated this without it having to be like one for one with Pokemon. My music stopped again, excuse me. What is that GIF? I don't know. Pain Split. Maybe replace it with a ranged command grab that can combo into neutral special. That's always an option. This could also be like a secondary projectile option that could like buff Reuniclus in some way, shape, or form. There's a lot of things that you could put on a side special. And while I'm glad that it's a move that makes sense for the position it's in, like, while the move is overtuned, it does make sense that it's on side special, because it is something that directly affects what's in front of the character. Like, it feels weird because because if they did this with Sword Power, they could arguably just replace this with Nasty Plot. Well, I assume that would be on down special, because that sounds like something that would be utility based, and you almost always want your utility option on your down special because that's what it's for. What a lot of people don't really seem to understand is that past Smash 64, like, every character tends to like follow a very specific design philosophy with their specials. Like, neutral special is like a universal ability that can be used in like any direction and tends to be very central to the character's mechanic, like their gameplay and whatever mechanics they have. Side special is usually just something that directly affects what's in front of the character, either pushes them forward or it's an ability that only affects what is directly in front of them and nowhere else. Up special is pretty much the recovery option, and down special is utility. Like, pretty much every character after the Smash 64 Original 12 has basically followed that design philosophy to, like, perfection. Even if some characters stumble along the way. But yeah, again, you could have this be a side special, but you definitely would need to redo those numbers. And even then, I think that there are better options for a side special than this. Up special, Calm Mind, good visual reference. Reuniclus will retreat into its mind palace, entering a brief omnidirectional levitation state that will not put them into a freefall once it ends. However, this common sensation will decrease the pressure built up in stored power, removing roughly 15% of any built-up charge. With Calm Mind raising special defense in Pokemon, this move will have light super armor. It's funny because stored power, with the way it works, this would be making stored power stronger. So that's technically the opposite of the way that stored power works. These gifts are so dumb, they somehow loop right back around to being amazing. I agree. I don't mind if stored power was done in some way, shape, or form. That, like, if you use this, if you have stored power fully charged, you could take a bit of that charge to give your recovery. You can give your recovery super armor if you have it charged. I think that'd be a nice touch, because generally speaking, I think a lot of charge-based neutral specials in Smash are very, very, like, homogenized and lackluster. Like, they almost all do the same fucking thing, and I really don't like a lot of the way a lot of them are designed. Like, I think that moves like Aura Sphere should feel different from, like, Charge Shot, and Shadow Ball should feel different from Charge Shot and Aura Sphere, and so on and so forth. That GIF was me when Capcom Fighting Collection 2 got announced. I like the idea for the up special with the buff could be removed. You could just make it like temporarily invulnerable during the move startup or something along those lines. But yeah, I don't know how I feel about like that being armored. I mean, it without armor. Oh. It without armor would probably be too easy for most characters to edgeguard, which is probably why it has light sumo armor to begin with. But I definitely feel that you could add, like, again, invulnerability on startup or something along those lines. Teleport technically fits this Pokemon better than Mewtwo, in my opinion. I mean, just give it to both of them. I would also never get rid of Mewtwo's teleport. It's like the best teleport in the game. Teleport recovery special in the game. Or at least it used to be. That's the time where normals are really good and creative, but specials need some work. I kind of, before I move, I kind of just want to see what the others are. Just out of, like, curiosity. Like, down special is usually where a lot of movesets that I've seen tend to fumble the most, simply because of the fact that a lot of people don't really get that the down special is the utility option of the character more than often not. But I just want to see what it is. Down double team. Utilize their cellular nature and divide into two. Generating a CPU that will fight alongside you. Has half the weight. What the fuck? If Reuniclus comes into contact with the CPU clone and presses down B when you're nearby. Charge required. 10-second cooldown before it can be used again. KOing the CPU will restore Reuniclus's weight value. There's a lot of shit to say about this, but for the sake of time, I'm just gonna say, no. And a character with a weight value of 40 would... That's... No thanks, not interested, I'm sorry. Like, when I think of, like, a character with that low of a weight value, my mind immediately goes to Phoenix from Marvel vs. Capcom 3, having a health value of 400,000, which is, like, roughly half of what the second lowest health in the game is. And it's like, either this character needs to have something that hits like a fucking straw nuke if you're gonna be having that kind of weight value. Because that is like 22 units lighter than Pichu. It's a bit much. And I do not inherently agree with it. I think if you wanted it to be like a clone, like a clone that you could use to absorb damage to give yourself more damage restored power, I think that'd be perfectly fine. Like it's essentially a body double that takes damage for you and then you absorb that back into yourself. No, Pichu is 62. Jigglypuff is 68. But yeah, that's a little bit, that, like 40 is like... $40 is just like so abysmal. I do not think there will ever be a character lighter than Pichu. I do not think there should ever be a character with a weight value of 40. I think if you wanted to, you know, if you made Reuniclus heavier, you maybe could have gotten something out of this, but being a naturally light character that splits into a character that will die in like 2 hits to like anything, again, I think that there are ways you could have this kind of mechanic work, but you just no. I do not think that this is the right way to do it. Isn't Sora lighter than Pichu? Sora's like 80 something. No, Sora's not lighter than Pichu. So I just wanted to see what the visual for the Final Smash was. I just wanted to see the spinning monkeys. But yeah, I think my opinion stands on the normals are all great. The specials need some serious like recalculation. But overall, I don't think it's bad. Mitosis for the Final Smash works better than a special. I agree, but I think as a whole, the moveset isn't bad. It's just that like the specials are in heavy need of like revising. I don't think that a character should inherently have to wait until a certain percent value to be useful in a fight. And that they shouldn't have to rely on taking damage for their mechanics to start working. Where does this person get their gifts from? I don't know, ask Anonymous. I'm not the one that put them here. But yes, I admire the presentation. And yeah, I guess with that, we can go back to the wheel. But anyways, I'm going to take a break and review the moves that I pick after I come back. So, who are we looking at next? We're looking at Bowser. Who submitted Bowser? Oh, wait. I've made a mistake. I put on Bowser was a character we looked at before. So, we have to re-roll the wheel. Okay, when I come back, we're looking at Rundas. Sorry. The structure of a lot of these submissions is a little bit all over the place. But yes, I will be right back. I'm back. I'm back. Sorry. Sorry, I had to clean up a little bit of a mess. I a friend of mine sent me a message informing me that Delzadin made a video about a Zelda fighting game, and it made me laugh so hard I spilt my fucking water all over my desk. But yeah, excuse me. We're back with Rundas, and this is submitted by Levi. This was a moveset that I reviewed on the very first episode of Clear for Battle, and I encouraged him. I said, like, bring it, like, take the criticisms that I gave and bring it back. I'd like to, like, see how things have been revised. And I encourage that for everybody, honestly. Anybody that has had their movesets reviewed. I think that the best thing is, instead of just bringing me more stuff that you've worked on that may or may not have the same problems, giving me stuff that I've looked at before that you've taken the time to bring back and revise is so much better than, you know, just constantly bringing in new stuff. Do these guys write your material? Oh, please. No, I design everything I do myself. I'm just reviewing the movesets of other people. But yes, this is the very first moveset that has been actually resubmitted. And I'm curious to see how much of this has changed since the last time. But yeah, I have the exact same feelings, Techno Cookie. It's just like, oh, like, Jesus Christ. It's like asking a basketball fan to like be the general manager of your hockey team. It's just like you don't bring in people that don't know the job to do the job. Even though we have an abundance of that as a problem generally in the world nowadays. Anyways, Rundas! This is not the same link as the original Rundas moveset. I want to show a level of progress in comparison of my learning. This is going to be turned to a video after the CFB moveset critique is made. I look forward to seeing it. Being frozen by Rundas' attacks is treated like a bury state when it comes to button mashing. Basic attacks. Jab. Rundas performs a quick punch, followed by a series of kicks. Right off the bat, I've got to say that one thing that definitely needs to be added to these movesets is visual references. Like 100%, I think visual references need to be a thing in movesets like this. So like a regular freeze without the big flip. I would assume so, yeah. But yes, a lot of these moveset descriptions are also, you know, fairly basic. Like Rundas swipes above him with a blade of ice, extending his hitbox, giving him more range. Creates a blast of ice near his feet similar to Samus's down tilt. Rundas headbutts while moving, sliding on the ground like ice. While the descriptions give a nice brief description of the move, I think more of a description on how the moves like work with each other in terms of cohesion would be good. Like what can I get off of this? Like, is this move designed for an anti-air, or is this move designed for like combos? Can this move hit past like the bottom of platforms? You don't need to give me like damage numbers or anything along those lines if you don't want to, but I think that just giving more of a description on what the move is good for instead of just what the move does is a good place to start. Because the way these moves are described sound fine, but I think that they should have like a visual reference to go with them at the very least. Like, I would accept the brief description if they had like, if you had like an image to go along with it. Like, I was thinking of maybe at some point in the future putting up like a small video that was just like a little description on how to get like on how to like use the basic stuff in SFM, and how that would give you like a link to like a model that you could use as like a basic model, like the model that Sakurai likes to use for when he's like basing his attacks. It basically just be like a model that you can like move around. I teach you how to move it around and how and all sorts of stuff like that. So if you don't have like a model specifically to use for the character, or you're not like super like keen on drawing everything, you could just use that. I'll give you a scene build with like lighting, so you don't need to light everything yourself. I'll give you the model, and then you can just go have fun with it. I think that's like the best thing that I could possibly do for a lot of people. Is just basically give you something to play around with in order to like get used to the way characters pose and stuff like that. And you too can be like our main man Sakurai, playing with a doll in order to, you know, get the majority of your animations out. Like, make the giant icicle that comes from both of his hands, thrust them forward. You could make it so that like he like slides his hand like forward along the ground, and that like creates an icicle that launches forward. You know, something like that you'd see something like Glacius do, for example. Just to, you know, differentiate itself from like the other moves. Puts his hand forward, icicle grows towards the opponent, impaling them. Launches the icicle in the opponent's chest, sending them forward. Thrust the opponent backward with a high back kick. Thrust the opponent upwards, and thrust them downwards into a bed of icicles. Like he digs his hand to the ground and throws out ice spikes. I was thinking more along the lines like he's like low to the ground, he slides his hand, like he runs his hand along the ground and brings it up. And as he brings up his hand, the ice would like fly forward as a icicle, and it would deal damage in front of himself. Something like, I guess it'd be like something that like Sylvanos does in Rivals of Aether, except instead of ice, he does it with wood because he's a forest spirit. But yeah, I think that these descriptions are definitely a lot more straightforward and better written than the last ones, and I appreciate that. But I think the next best thing for this is you need to have like some sort of visual representation on what the character does. And while I know that Rundas does have models available, I don't think I'm gonna have to ask you to go do everything in SFM if you don't want to. Like, even like if you just want to do like drawing stick figures, I think that would probably be just as fine, just because, again, it's some visual feedback for the reader, and that's always appreciated. And as they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words. I like the colors. I think the colors look great. I think you did a really good job on these and making them look. The majority of them are based on the other hunters from the series. I don't know if I would have him share a theme with Ridley and Dark Samus because they're villains. I probably would just have him share it with Samus because he's technically a hero, even if he does eventually get corrupted by Dark Samus. Like, I think the best thing that you could do is just, like, add some visuals. Yeah, Rundas is a good guy. He just ends up getting corrupted by Dark Samus. So you have to kill him. But yeah, he's a hero. As are the other bounty hunters that you encounter in Metroid Prime 3 before Dark Samus ends up corrupting them. But yes, again, just while more like descriptive, being more descriptive with the attacks is always lovely. I always think that the first thing that should be put in is some sort of visual feedback for the reader, because it genuinely does help with getting your ideas across. And even if you're not like the best with drawing, or you're not comfortable with posing models, that's perfectly fine, because even if it looks amateurish, it still does so much for the moveset. And I don't think anybody is going to take any points off of your moveset if a pose doesn't look the greatest. Especially if you're just starting out. Oh god, voice crack. Especially if you're just starting out. If you're somebody who's just started out and you're not comfortable with it yet, nobody's going to have anything bad to say about it. But I do like that it's very nice and neat and orderly. You just need to give it a little bit of pizzazz. It's pretty much how I would describe it. And I think that adding that stuff into a video would definitely be the best place for it. Like, I'm interested to see how the video turns out. If you want to submit that video at some point in the future for another Cleared for Battle, you are more than welcome to. I do welcome videos in this series, which is why I'm surprised that I pretty much never get them. But yeah, I think that's pretty good. And surprisingly, I didn't start my timer, but I don't think I needed to. My internet cut off for a sec. Did I miss anything? I was just saying that I think that the descriptions of the moves of what they do is definitely a step up from the way it was before. The stuff is all nice and orderly. It's clean. The costumes look nice. I think that now you're at a point where all you really need to do is add like some visual pizzazz, like some like poses for the work. And I said that since you're just starting out, don't feel bad if things don't look the greatest, because nobody's going to judge you, because if you're just starting out, then there's really nothing to judge. The fact that you took the time to do it all is very welcoming. And again, if you need help with this kind of stuff, I'm always here if you're like interested in doing stuff with like SFM, or you're looking for more feedback on how like make stuff like this look visually appealing to the reader. I would assume the visuals would be a given when it gets turned to a video. Well, if that Delston video we looked at a couple of weeks ago was anything to go by, you'd think so, but not always. Which is why I have to say that, like, taking the time to actually put in it all is highly appreciative, and I will definitely say, I will help if need be. But anyways, why might be our being? Hang on a second, no. Anyways, we can roll the wheel again. Okay. Luigi fan, are you still here? I think we might have lost him. If we lost him, I think I might re-roll because of the fact that I think he should be here to review his work. Since he was so eager for me to review it. Ah, fuck it. Why not? Hang on a second. Oh my god, why the fuck did it take me all the way down here? Why did it take me to page 12? Unless I missed something and his moveset was actually on this page. No, I think that it just took me randomly to page 12 for some reason. Is this a forum? Yes, this is Smashboards. I used to be a member of this forum back during like the days of Smash 4, but I have since left and I don't even fucking remember what my password is. It's been so long. Shout out to Smashboards though. They wrote an article about when I originally released my original heavy moveset, which was highly appreciated. Even if I think that moveset definitely needs some reworking in some way, shape, or form. Okay, so Vadi. He has appeared in the three. Oh, hang on a second. Gotta start the timer. He has appeared in 3 distinct Zelda games: Legend of Zelda: The Minish Cap, Four Swords, and Four Sword Adventures. So he is the only recurring boss besides Ganondorf. He's about the same height as Toon Link. He's light around Toon Link's weight. I'm pretty sure Toon Link is like 90 something in terms of weight value. Hang on a second. If you want to see where I go to calculate everything for like my movesets in terms of weight and stats, this is the place. Toon Link, I think, is like 91. So it's not that light. Medium speed, long range because of his magic spells and wind attacks, moderate knockback. In his moveset, he should use his own dark magic move, somewhat like a mix-up of Zelda and Ganondorf's attacks. Bonus wind attacks. Alas, he is the Wind Mage. Well, as long as he's not like that one fucking character from DNF Duel, then I think we're completely fine, because that character was obnoxious. he could use a unique property, the curse system. It acts very similar to a lipstick. It will not do instant damage. Instead, it will perk a curse on the opponent and will do a limited damage amount depending on the attack. It's a very interesting property. Supposing an attack normally does 20% damage, it will not give 20% directly. It will give the knockback and put on a curse. It will raise the opponent's percent until it adds 20% damage. You don't need to wait. While the opponent is in curse, you can attack again, and this will add another curse, adding more damage quicker. So it's a stagger system. For those of you who don't understand what I'm talking about, in World of Warcraft, very popular MMO. I'm sure everybody here has at least heard of World of Warcraft. There is a class you can play as called Brewmaster Monk, and they are a tank class. And essentially what makes them unique from all the other tanks in the game is that they have a system that's called Stagger. And Stagger essentially means that on top of instead of every other class, instead of every other tank class just take a set flat number of damage, Brewmaster takes like a portion of that damage, and then the rest of it is put into what's called a stagger system, which means that they just take the damage over time instead. It is a mechanic that makes them genuinely one of the hardest tanks to play properly. And I don't know how I feel about that just being a thing that this character has in terms of just their damage output instead of just how much damage they take. Again, I'll have to see how this works, because this could either be generally too strong or generally too weak. Neutral, Curse Touch. His neutral is a one-hit move. Vadi will simply put his hand in front of him and put a curse on the opponent. Very little knockback, but it's easy to hit another move after it. So it's basically just a weaker version of Ganondorf and Zelda's neutral attacks. Zelda's neutral attack pre-ultimate, where it was just a single hit instead of a rapid jab, they became an ultimate. Found Luigi Fan's moveset on page 12. What the fuck? Fuck me, I probably am. But I didn't see a moveset. Yeah, I'll reset the timer. Working on Moveset I'll post it when it's done. Oh, here we are. Well, fucking excuse me. Anyways. Vadi appears speed 4 out of 5 in terms of speed and the rest of his attributes. Vadi is a character of extremes. Vadi's ground speed is kind of iffy with a slow walk speed and a very fast dash speed. His airspeed, however, is fantastic, second only to Yoshi and Jigglypuff. On the other hand, his falling speed is painfully slow, so once he gets into the air, he's going to be there for quite a while. I'll just make that 5. Raw attack power is sorely lacking. His moves are simply pathetic in terms of damage, though their knockback is okay. However, virtually all of Vadi's moves generate wind effects, pushing foes away even if the attack doesn't directly hit. Oh, that could be a problem. Wind effects in Smash are generally something that aren't used super great by anything in the game. They're either very, very underperforming or very, very overpowered. There are very few wind effects in Smash that are generally, like, balanced. They're either, like, they slightly push you back, or they're the wind bellows. In particular, are essentially unavoidable due to the wind they generate. This means that the primary way he's going to score KOs is to manipulate the wind to blow enemies off screen. That could be a problem because wind has, like, so much fucking priority in Smash. Like, wind beats everything. His aerials in general are also fairly strong, though not on the same extent as Jigglypuff, because he only has one mid-air jump, so he's not exactly suited for a wall of pain antics. He may have a great recovery, but he can't go dancing about off stage like Jigglypuff, Meta Knight, or Kirby. Between his high movement speed and his penchant for wind techniques, it's frustratingly difficult to land hits on Vaati. His very low falling speed does make him easy to juggle, and combined with his high slow jumps, he can actually find it difficult to stay on the ground, but he can use his solid aerials to work around that. Physique of a young child, so if he gets hit, he's going to be sent reeling. Very good jumps. 5 out of 5 recovery. Second best jump height. Second best airspeed. Very slow falling speed. The ability to float like Peach. I don't know if I do give him that. That seems like something that only Peach should have. And a great up special. He can come back from pretty much anything short of being swatted directly into the blast zone or meteor smash to have a second jump. His up special is good enough so that he can probably come back from a meteor smash, though he does have a longer than normal meteor cancel window, so he doesn't have it too easy. Yeah, I 100% agree, Croppington. Like, wind needs to be taken very carefully in order to make it not extremely annoying. Infamous Wind Mage makes his glorious Smash debut. He moves fast on the ground and in the air. I would probably make him move slower on the ground if you're going to make him such a fucking threat in the air. Jumps high and falls slowly. He's even able of floating like Princess Peach. His ability to take hits is kind of subpar. Attack power is just bad. Far from possible to fight the wind, and a foe who can manage to get to Vaati himself won't have much trouble mopping the floor with him. Special attributes. Dash. Vaati dashes by carrying himself along the wind. This causes him to pull enemies behind him towards him, and push enemies in front of him away from him while he dashes. Similar to Sonic's gravitational spin charge. This push effect helps space foes to be directly hit by Vaati's dash attack. Okay, right off the bat, I've got to say that's probably a little bit too much. While he probably has bad traction, which means that he can't really act out of his dashes that fast, the fact that he can basically negate a push on somebody by simply just tapping forward on the control stick to push them backwards is not exactly the greatest thing. Specifically because of the fact that, again, wind has such an obnoxious level of priority in Smash. Like, there is nothing that doesn't beat wind. Everything loses to wind. The only thing that makes wind even remotely okay is that it doesn't remove hitboxes. It just pushes them. If you're running right towards the opponent, they're probably already in range for a dash attack. That's also true. But yeah, right off the bat, probably no. I do not think that that's okay. While rolling, Vaati generates push and pull effects that suck enemies towards the direction he'll be facing after the roll. Okay, so which means that his Oki game is like fucking insanely broken, essentially, is what that means. And that's probably not the greatest thing in the world. The only like saving grace is that you can't be pushed by wind when you're laying on the floor. Like that's pretty much the only thing that like saves that. But even then, it's just adding on stats to something that generally does not need to be there. Like there are plenty of characters that look like they're like flying on the wind for like their dashes, like Palutena. Meanwhile, Palutena does have moves that sport wind boxes. She doesn't immediately push people back when she's moving or draw people towards her when they're behind her. Like I don't know why Vadi has a backdraft. But yeah, I generally do not think the mechanics like this need to be on normal like movement options whatsoever. Especially in a game like this where nowadays you can't move through people. Oh fuck. No, I don't want to go to the fucking thing for spin charge, thank you. Vadi's air dodge is slightly melee-esque, taking away a little bit from his momentum if no direction is being input on the control stick. This can reduce knockback he sustains or slow his fall, but it can also end up reducing the height of his jumps and also put a damper on his motion in midair. If a direction is being input on the control stick, Vadi uses a gust of wind to gently nudge himself in that direction, weakly simulating the directional air dodge of melee, though differences between the physics of melee and SSB4 prevents him. Well, this is for Smash 4. Well, don't worry. In Ultimate, there's directional input. There's directional air dodges. So we don't have to worry about that. Vadi does not become helpless after his air dodge, but it does have a bit more ending lag than any other air dodge in the game. Vadi's air dodge is only slightly melee-esque. He doesn't reset or redirect his mid-air momentum like the air dodge in melee did. He simply mitigates or amplifies the momentum he already has. Wonderful. Jab combo. Swipes sword, 2% damage. Foes a short distance away from Vadi will be pushed back a short distance. Second move, stronger push effect, but its range is still rather short. Thrust the sword forward. Narrow push effect, the blade itself is a semi-spike, working in conjunction with the wind effect to make this attack a bit more dangerous. Wait. Spike? How is a horizontal thrust a spike? Am I missing something here? Vadi holds his sword in front of him with the blade extended, and a strong wind bellows forth from its hilt. The wind is equivalent in force and area of effect to gust bellows.
No, unacceptable.
No. No, no, no.
No, unacceptable.
Anybody that has played with anybody who has ever played this game with items on will tell you the gust bellows is a fucking problem. The gust bellows is something that is so just like unfun to use that more often than not, that when people play with items that I know of, they turn off the gust bellows specifically and leave everything else on. Because it is just generally that unfun. Because there is no counter to the gust bellows. Yeah, don't give it to a character. Don't give it to a character on their jab infinite. And the overhead chop, doing 3% damage, generates a push effect with decent range and pushes foes downwards and away from Vadi, but only affects the foes in front of him. Vadi's penchant for push effects actually works against him here, as it makes it more difficult for him to score consecutive hits. It literally doesn't matter, because with the effects of a Gust Bellows, against majority of recoveries in the game, you can literally sit at the ledge and spam your jab infinite and you would be able to edgeguard people. That's how strong the effects of force an area of Gust Bellows. Yeah, that's too much. If you consider a spirit with strong wind immunity, yeah, well, that's not exactly a thing you can do in everyday Smash, so that's not exactly an option. That's... I need to look at more of these moves, but just like generally, I just have to say just like...
No, unacceptable.
Vadi forcefully swipes his sword, dealing 4% damage, not the enemies away. He also generates a wind shockwave that has good range, does 1% damage, and has high knockback. The sword swipe is likely to knock enemies into the shockwave. Well, you don't describe how strong that shockwave is, but I'm imagining it's decently powerful. You're no fun? No, I'm a realist. You know, so... make of that what you will. Up tilt pokes the air with his sword, 4% damage launching anyone he hits straight up. Foes directly above Vadi will be pushed upwards a good distance, enough so to push them past the upper blast line if they're already near the top of the screen. Oh joy. However, the attack's horizontal range is lacking. Well, it doesn't really matter if... So are all of this kid's moves Gust Bellows? Maybe not in forms of strength, but his entire shtick is let's give him push effects on everything. Down tilt slowly floats up into the air and slams himself into the ground. Already that doesn't sound like a down tilt. During blasts of wind that practically fling characters his left or right far, far away. That sounds like a down smash. Those unlucky enough to be caught directly underneath Vadi as he crashes down take 18% damage. Yeah, that's a down smash. Single strongest hit in Vadi's arsenal. However, this move startup lag is very, very bad, even worse than Ganondorf's Volcano Kick, meaning that Vadi is wide open as he rises into the air. Even if Vadi isn't interrupted, however, he takes 2% damage's recoil from the force of his impact into the ground. I don't know why you would have that, but okay. Also, while the push effect's horizontal range is immense, its vertical range is less so, reaching about 3/4 as high as Palutena's up smash. Oh, you know, it's not that bad. Wait. Oh no, its vertical range isn't that immense. It only goes 3/4 of the range of Palutena's up smash. So basically, he does like. So basically, what you're telling me is that this down tilt is a huge wind bubble that does big damage if it hits you, and like just like throws everything away with immense force if they're nearby. This means that foes hit above Vadi will be unaffected. It also doesn't reach very far below Vadi, to the point where if Vadi uses attack on the top platform of battlefield, enemies on the left or right platforms can avoid being hurled away by the wind by simply crouching, unless there's someone whose crouch doesn't decrease the size of their hitbox very much, for example, Samus.
No, you should die.
Do I really need to go into like lengths about how much like every single aspect of this move just doesn't work? What you're describing to me sounds like a down smash, first off. Just the way that it's performed and the way it works. You're also telling me that this move essentially is a enormous wind bubble. So I can stand a decent lengths away from a character and just fucking throw them with the force of 1,000 suns. Who are we on? This is Vadi from The Legend of Zelda Minish Cap. Fan favorite character who is apparently all about blowing away the competition in the most literal way possible. You do a Vadi moveset? Vadi is not a character that interests me, and I only do characters that interest me. Dash attack. Vadi suddenly blinks out of existence and reappears a short distance away in the direction he was headed. Anyone caught in between the point where Vadi vanished and the point where he reappeared are flung in front of him with a magical sonic boom. If Vadi reappears on top of a foe, they take 6% damage and get launched up into the air. The knockback is technically strictly vertical, but they also get pushed a fair distance forward by the aforementioned sonic boom. Also, because this attack involves Vadi teleporting, he is completely intangible for a few frames during the warp. Given what we saw the last time that Luigi fans submitted a moveset, a lot of Luigi fans' problems is that he shoves everything in the kitchen sink into a character with no regard for how that would work in an actual fighting game setting, or how obnoxiously oppressive this would be to fight for 95% of the cast. Like, the Bomberman moveset was so obnoxiously overtuned. And by the looks of the way that this works, this is just... I think the best way to describe this character is obnoxious. He doesn't deal, like, instant kill damage like Bomberman could for some fucking reason. But instead of having instant kill damage, he's all about using these wind boxes that just fucking throw everybody out of position. And while they don't deal any damage, it doesn't really matter because of the way that wind boxes work in Smash and how they out-prioritize everything. But from what I've already read, he could sit at the ledge. He could use his dash attack. Sorry, he could use his dash, not his dash attack, his dash, to push people towards the ledge. Use a move that has a weaker hit wind box to push them off the ledge, and then just rapid jab combo to use the Gust Bellows wind size and power to just fucking kill anything that comes close to that ledge. Maybe Vadi would work better as a boss. I'm pretty sure you could make Vadi a playable character that makes sense. But this is just like the wrong way to do it. I almost don't want to keep reading, but I'm kind of curious to see where this goes. Because when I think of like Vadi, I was thinking like, what is he gonna play, like the Swift Master from DNF Duel? Fuck! I just reset my music. Hang on a second. character like Vi would never appear in Smash, especially with how he's described here. Well, I mean with this, like, obviously, this is like, no. I don't think I've agreed with a single thing on this moveset so far. I almost wish I could just go read the original post that was talking about like damage over time. That might have had some more interesting payoff than just wind on every single fucking move. Alright, take care, Highland guy. I hope you have a good one. But also, just the idea that Vadi has a dash teleport. You gave the character who has the ability to dash and push people a dash attack with like next to non-existent commitment. Because dash attacks are literally the attacks where you have to fucking commit the most out of like the entirety of a character's moveset 90% of the time. And most dash attacks in Smash suck because of this. You instead decided, let's give this character the ability to bypass that inherent risk of using a dash attack by teleporting. No thank you. Not interested. Vadi performs a roundhouse sword slice, putting all the effort he can muster into the swing. The sword itself does 8 to 11.2% damage. It also generates a brief but intense wind effect across the entire screen. Pushing foes in the direction Vadi performed the smash attack. Thus, if foes are close to the blast line, they're doomed. It's also good for messing up recoveries. So we have gone from just like having gust bellows to we are now Rachel from BlazBlue in the worst fucking way possible. So I wasn't joking when I said he had a wind nuke. Yeah, full screen. A forward smash that affects full screen. Also stronger than the Latios and Latios like push effect. That push effect is already strong as shit. You can go like 75% of the screen from the push effect alone. I think the push effect has ended up killing people more than the actual attacks do. But like, full screen. Full screen. Up smash. Vadi's hat glows that unleashes a pillar of baleful red light. Victims are launched straight up. A brief but intense wind effect from the bottom of the screen all the way to the top, pushing foes up into the air. Anyone who's near the upper blast, well, okay, Lil Mac, you found the character that is objectively your worst matchup because he forces you into the air. Anyone who's near the upper blast line when Vi performs this move will be KO'd as the wind pushes them up and off the screen. Characters caught in the pillar of light will be caught in the wind blast afterwards. And down smash, Vadi generates an orb of electricity in each hand before violently slamming them into the ground, generating explosions to each side of him that deal 10 to 14% damage at point-blank range and 7 to 9.8% a bit further away, and launches foes directly to the side. At the same time, he generates a violent downwards blast of wind from the top of the screen, pushing all airborne opponents directly down to the ground or the bomb blast line, and and tripping all enemies on the ground. Excuse me.
No, unacceptable.
Body smash attacks with their secondary wind effects covering the entire screen seem overpowered at first glance, inspire their horribly low damage output. Doesn't fucking matter. This is like a character you could be a pacifist with. You could probably kill people, you could probably win matches at 0 with this character, like 0% with this character, by just using the effects of wind, because again, wind in Smash is just generally that fucking strong. This sounds so absurd, I can't help but think it's meant to be a kind of a joke. No, this guy was in my Discord, like, after I talked about the Barman moveset, like, endlessly defending it. So I can assure you that it is 100% not a joke. While I wish it was a joke, it is not a joke. Seems overpowered at first glance in spite of their horribly low damage output. However, they all have pretty bad startup and ending lag. The lag isn't horrible, but it does provide just enough of a window between wind blasts. Even the slowest of characters have a chance to regain their footing and close the distance on body. It doesn't matter if they're off stage. It really doesn't. So while they can be very effective at spacing or scoring KOs when used to catch foes off guard, trying to spam them isn't a good idea. The ability to have stuff like this is just no. Again, it's Rachel from BlazBlue on steroids. Or it's Magneto's gravitation from Marvel vs. Capcom, Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3 on steroids. Just no. If you want to have powerful windbox effects on like a forward smash, I think I'd be more generally accepting of it there. It would not. It can't be as strong as the Gust Bellows, but you can't. You cannot have this kind of stuff on a character like this. You just can't. Can you read down smash again? He generates an orb of electricity in each hand, slams it into the ground, does damage around him, and apparently this also creates a wind effect that pushes people down and will trip any opponent on the ground. Yeah, it's a little bit much. It also doesn't really help that the effects of the wind don't really mesh with the actual attacks of the that Vadi is performing. Like, why is the electric orbs create wind? How does his hat creating a baleful red light pillar create wind? I feel like if you wanted to make a character based around wind boxes, you'd have to make the character you'd have to make the wind very weak. I agree. I also think that wind as a mechanic in general should be taken in the next Smash and heavily changed into something else, like retooled completely, because the effects of wind in Smash are shit. Like, I genuinely do not like a lot of the way that, like, water and wind and stuff like this works in Smash, and I think that they should be repurposed in some way, shape, or form in the next game. I think stuff like fire and electricity are perfectly fine, because they both have like notable drawbacks in terms of the way they're designed. Like, electric attacks have more impact on shields, but in terms of the way they're designed. They have notably longer recovery time. And if they clash, they take notably longer to recover than a normal move would. But anyways, Vadi wraps himself in a hurricane that blows everything around him away. Those caught in the hurricane itself, taking the shape of a giant buzzsaw made of wind, which rotates counterclockwise, are hit repeatedly, taking a total of 5% damage and are launched on the final hit. Those a bit farther away are blown directly away from Vadi, as it is affected by the scream of the Master Giant. I haven't played Minish Cap, I don't know what that means. It's literally just Gonits without nerfs. You could make Vadi like the Gonits of fucking Smash if you wanted to. Because the way that Gonits uses wind is awesome. But the way he uses wind, he's not like throwing people around. It's just moves. It's just like normal special moves. I don't remember Vadi doing any of this in the game. I'd say neither do I, but again, I don't remember anything about Minish Cap. Vadi, firmly clutching the hilt of his sword, swoops through the air directly in front of him, similar to Taboo's diving slash attack and brawl, impaling enemies in his way for 7% damage and semi-spiking. I'm just trying to think how the fuck that would look. Why is that 4 there? Vadi's flight generates a wind current around him, which carries foes above and below him along for the ride. This may not be a good thing, as it can push them in the prime position to punish Vadi during the attack's horrendous landing lag and even more horrendous landing lag. If Vadi lands in the middle of this move's animation, he basically faceplants and skids some distance across the ground. However, the sheer distance this move covers makes it an excellent horizontal recovery tool, and towards the end of the attack, the wind's angle changes slightly to pull foes towards Vadi's sword, which means that if they're too reckless in trying to punish Vadi, they may find themselves getting stabbed. Like, hang on a second. Like, if you genuinely want a character, if you genuinely want a reference for how a character can use wind in a attack pattern, this is why I encourage people to look at actual fighting games when they're designing movesets and stuff. Because if you want a character that can use the wind, you can look at references such as, the Swift Master from DNF Duel, who uses wind for a lot of his moves. This is why I always encourage people to look and do research about stuff. When they want to cover a certain type of character in a game like this. Gonits from King of Fighters is also a pretty good reference for a wind-based fighting game character. And if you want a character in Smash to look at who uses wind, even if he doesn't use it very much, you have Robin. He uses wind for his moves. Even if I think his wind moves kind of fucking suck. Vadi does a backflip in midair, holding his sword out to perform a vicious downward slash for 9% damage. It's one of Vadi's few moves without any sort of push or pull effect associated with it. However, it is a very fast and potent meteor smash with a quick startup and end leg and a relatively long active window. I mean, that's generally not how smash attacks work, but okay. While there is a sweet spot that must connect for the move to meteor smash, the sweet spot is the entire length of the time the body is bringing his sword downward. That's not how spikes work. Hanging inverted in the air before flipping back over to have his feet pointed towards the ground. So all but the first few and last few active frames of the attack. Thus, it's a very easy meteor smash to use, and the knockback is quite high, making it a solid guarding KO move. In fact, knockback is good enough. Is even capable of KOing on stage at relatively low percentages, like Ganondorf's, though not quite as strong as that move. You can't have a... Have we learned nothing from Brawl Falco? Have we learned nothing? That you can't have a super fast spike without at least some sort of drawback? And Falco's spike in Brawl was like very, very fast. And by that I mean not on startup, I mean like it was there and then it basically didn't exist anymore. Shut up, Uber Eats. I'm not ordering anything today. I haven't ordered anything from you in months. I don't know why you're texting me about Tim Hortons. Move does have its issues, though, namely relatively short range, fairly bad ending lag, and an absolutely horrendous landing lag. Hey, you try doing anything in a hurry after landing on your head. I mean, I'm pretty sure there are several characters in the game that land on their heads and they're perfectly fine. Up air. Vadi's hat rears back during a vortex that sucks in enemies within a large hemicircular area around Vadi. It can't affect anything below him, nor pull a character through a platform. After a second of pulling, or once the attack button is pressed again, the hat flails around about wildly, slapping enemies that were pulled in close enough for 4% damage and launching them upwards. The hat's flailing also reserves the direction of the vortex, so the enemies are blown away instead. Today's your birthday. Well, happy birthday. I hope you're having a good one, F and F lover. Oh god, we're almost out of time with this. Another, like, a general problem with a lot of these moves, on top of the fact that, you know, the wind effects are fucking extremely busted and just, like, were not thought out at all. Like, a lot of the attack animations just don't sound like they make, like, next to any sense. Like, the hat rears back, it generates a vortex, and then it just flails to deal damage. Like, the body language of the character probably would not look the greatest. The back air description also doesn't sound the greatest either, as does the forward air, or, like, a lot of these moves. Oh, thank Christ, we're done with this one. So yeah. Like, one of the main reasons I encourage people to resubmit work that I review rather than just bringing in older and older work is because more often than not, if you just bring in older work, you're going to suffer from a lot of the same problems. And lo and behold, this moveset is roughly on par with his Bomberman moveset in terms of just like things just generally not working. While you don't like instantly kill people like you could with Bomberman, the fact that you can like just annoy the shit out of people and just have moves that push at full screen from anywhere on the screen is just annoying. It's obnoxious. I'm more than certain that you can make a really good moveset out of Vadi. Like 100%. There are definitely people out there that have made good movesets for Vadi. I might have never seen them or gone looking for them, but I'm more than certain that they actually exist. But all this? Like, no. And Luigi fan, I'm telling you this right now, do not submit your older work. Come up with some new stuff. Take the feedback that you've gotten for your past two movesets. Actually listen to the feedback that you got for your last two movesets. And put it into something new. Because I don't want to see anything more like this. Because generally speaking, this is just like a waste of my time. Like, I'm all for people wanting to get better, and I'm always there to help people if they want to improve and stuff like this. But, like, from how, like, adamantly you were defending Bomberman to how I'm sure you're going to adamantly try and defend this as well, like, just do not submit this type of work. Like, I do not want to look at it because it takes time away from the people that genuinely want to see their work looked at and want to improve. So if you don't want to improve, please don't submit this stuff. That's all I gotta say. Because just like stuff like this is just like, it is just not great at all. And the worst part about that is I think that might be the last one of the day. Yeah, I can't start another one and be done before 5 o'clock, sadly. All this has done for me is make me want to do a Gonit Smash moveset. Do it! Make Kokodeska man be a real man in Smash. So, basically what we're going to do for the next, like, 20 minutes, because while we're done with this episode in terms of stuff to review, and I will... Do not worry for anybody...
Why are you locked in the
Hang on a
bathroom?
second. Hang on a second. I will be right back. Somebody forgot to take a fucking key with them when they went out. Now I have to go unlock the door, so I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. But yes, what we're basically going to do for the next 20 minutes is just I guess Q&A. Just to pass the time, because why not? So yeah, just I don't know, ask me shit. Just don't answer requests because I'll ignore them. Yeah, that was a pretty bad moveset to end this on, honestly. I hate ending on a bad note like that. I think I might have to start vetting. I think I might have to start vetting the submissions. Just so I, make sure I'm getting stuff that is from people that generally want to have their stuff reviewed and want to improve, because I already know what I'm going to have to be dealing with in my Discord for the next, 2 days because of Luigi Fan. The last time, it basically led to him getting suspended from the chat for a day because he was just out of control and just did not want to listen to anything anybody said. What kind of frame data? Wait, you have a Discord? Yeah, I have a Discord. It's linked in the description. Should be. It's in the description of all my videos nowadays. What kind of frame data would you recommend for an invincible but weak boxing tool with respectable damage but low kill power and decently high cooldown? Are we getting any more viewer-requested moveset critiques? Are we not well, not anymore today. We're done for the day. It's just a Q&A session for the next 20 minutes just to, fill out time, pretty much. But anyway, in regards to that question, respectable damage, low kill power, and decently high cooldown. Oh, you mean ever? I mean, yeah, there will be. Oh, you mean viewers? Well, I mean, yeah, there will be more Clear for Battle after this. Just be at the end of September. Just this episode's done. I meant the ones not made by the people who requested them. Oh, you mean with what I did with Delzathan, Brawlfan, and all of them. If I do, I'm not bringing alcohol, because, long story short, I ended up, fucking puking my brains out after that stream was done. Something suited for a zoner who excels in keep away, but needs something to prevent an opponent from getting too close. I think then I would I guess you'd want it to be partially invincible on startup, maybe something like frame 16. Somewhere around that area. I believe last stream you got hate comments on your Zero moveset after your Brawl Fan stream, but I checked and I couldn't find any. Were they deleted about how obnoxious they were or something? Oh yeah, those were deleted. They just added nothing. I guess you can say that Vadi really blew us away. Well, he blew alright. But also to answer your question, Isaac, only if people really ask for it. If they really want me to do it again, I will gladly do it. But the demand needs to be there, because I tend to not come out of those moveset those streams feeling the greatest. What's the worst world building you've seen in anything? Rivals' world building is pretty shitty. At least from what they've put out, like the world building of Rivals is pretty shitty, sadly. Which sucks because their world is so interesting and so much can be done with it. But other than that, like in general, I wouldn't say the Rivals is the worst I've ever seen. You could have people submit stuff they like, but that might be too limiting. Perhaps, but the problem is that if I put no limit on it, we get like nothing but Brawl Fan and Delcithin. I'm not gonna lie, I almost want to just I'm like a part of me wants to look at that his Zelda fighting game video just because it would probably make me laugh a lot. Because from what I've been able to gather, it's not like a Smash clone. Apparently it's like a traditional fighting game, and that's the part that like really like gets that tickles me pink. But yeah, if people really want it, then yeah, I'll absolutely review more videos. Anyway, I gotta go take a shower, so I'll see you later. Alright, take care, Isaac. We're gonna be closing up here pretty soon, too, so... Thank you for stopping by. And, I hope you enjoyed what you got to see. And again, to everybody that didn't get their work review today, do not worry. You will be looked at, but you're gonna be waiting a little bit, like probably next, 4 days or so before I submit any sort of review of everyone's work, because I have a video to finish. Delcithin made a Smash Moveset tier list, by the way. Roy is in C, surprisingly only due to his personality not matching his style. He put Ness in S and Captain Falcon in B. There is nothing about that will make me ever... There is nothing he could possibly say to make me agree with either of those decisions. Did you see Tita Towers getting a Switch port? Yes, I did. I've had several people comment about it already. You know, in between people demanding me to just drop everything I'm doing to make a moveset for the noise, which is obnoxious, and I encourage people to not do that to not just me, but like any creator in general. Yeah, Falcon and B. I think Fox was B as well, which is just like like, okay, sure, buddy. The noise is playable after you beat the game. Well, that makes sense. I guess that means there's going to be no more updates for Pizza Tower. When is Scout coming? When he's finished. When is the next Clear for Battle going to be? Probably on the very last day of September. If I were to take a wild guess. And once I'm done with this stream, I'm going to go open up the submissions for episode 5. What is my favorite Scout hat? I don't play a ton of Scout. While I like his gameplay, I do not generally tend to play a ton of Scout. If I were to say like my favorite hat of his, it wouldn't be a hat, it'd be a jacket, and that's the jungle jacket from Jungle Inferno. It's probably my favorite Scout cosmetic. Our repeat submissions in the clear. I did submit for episode 1, have my set reviewed, but want to make sure new viewers get higher priority. I mean, we've had people get multiple views before. Levi had his moveset looked at today. He's had his movesets looked at before. I think if you want to submit stuff for the next episode, I think you're perfectly safe to do so if you've only done it in like episode 1, which was so many months ago at this point. Anyways, I'm just gonna quickly, hang on. I'm gonna just quickly put in. Alright, you probably just got a ping to tell you that the submissions for episode 5 are now open. Will we get to see Scout use the flying guillotine? I'm not giving away anything about the moveset. You're gonna have to wait until it's done. I'm aiming for it to be out by like Tuesday. That's the current plan at the moment. But this is a big video project. It's the second longest moveset of the year. Trying to get back into a rhythm of putting more time, just like find the drive to work more. I want September to at least be a month where I get more than one video out. Which was the longest? Raru was over an hour. Raru was my longest video, like Smash Moveset video I've ever done. And I don't think there's going to be any character this year that gets even remotely close to Raru in terms of length. No, Muscle Bob. I'd rather play as Caesar as a well-developed, attractive biker chick who's the leader of a biker gang. True to Kaisar. She's a character that will be added to ZZZ probably at the end of this month. ZZZ has been it's been my new casual game as of recently. And I am thinking of having a moveset done for a character from Zenless Zone Zero. Maybe potentially even 2 at some point. But yeah, most of my time is just going to be dedicated to working on Scout. Would you consider a villain moveset for a Halloween special? I already have a character planned for Halloween this year. I'm going to do my best to try and get a character done by Halloween again this year. I did it once with King Boo back in 2021, and now I want to do it again here. They are a horror character, so it works. Scout is the Halloween character. If I take that long to finish Scout, I might as well retire. But hello, BC. I hope you're having a good day. You caught us at like the tail end, where it's just like a small Q&A section to kill time until it's time to go, because it was not enough time left to do a completely new moveset. Did you see the death battle will do Bowser versus Eggman? I'm not really super big into death battle. I think that a lot of death battles are kind of shit, to be honest with you. Like, the reasoning for why characters win and lose, like, majority of the time, really doesn't make any sort of logical sense. Or it's just like really, really, really weird hypotheticals. I'm at least happy for the people that, you know, were fearing that because Screw Attack closed down that they wouldn't have it anymore. Death Battle also basically killed Screw Attack. How funny. What is a character who you would not like to see in Smash? I genuinely don't really like thinking that way about Smash in terms of characters, because what might be because playing other games that have gotten characters that I don't like, that have turned into characters I eventually really like in that game specifically, I think that simply just saying I don't want a character because of one reason or another doesn't account for the potential of them being fun to nice voice crack, of them being fun to play as in the game that they're being added to. Like, again, for an example, for Heroes of the Storm, I fucking hate Hanzo in Overwatch, but I love him in Heroes of the Storm. I main him in Heroes of the Storm, but I loathe Hanzo in original Overwatch. So saying I don't want Hanzo in Heroes of the Storm because of my experience with Overwatch isn't fair, because lo and behold, he turned into my favorite character in the entire game. I cannot judge a character in one media in how they could turn into in another media. So generally, I'd like to just say that that's a bad mindset to have, and that people should not be thinking about what they don't want they should focus on what they want or what they would like to see, because it generally encourages like talk and positivity, and saying you don't want something is generally pretty childish when it comes to stuff like this, and is not something that I condone. There are many characters I think won't get into Smash, but just because I think they won't get into Smash doesn't mean that I don't want them to be there. Like with Byleth, for example. Yeah, pretty much. A lot of characters, honestly. Smash fans are honestly really weird when it comes to characters. Again, they try way too hard to gatekeep each other. And like you're only allowed to like and vote for certain things. And while I agree with that one guy that said that Smash is too big to gatekeep and they should generally not, so they generally shouldn't do it, it doesn't stop people from trying. And that's the worst part, because people condone that level of behavior, and it's like one of the main reasons why I stopped watching Source Gaming, because a lot of them are like gatekeepers in the way they talk. It's like disgusting, and I do not support it. Like, just enjoy the fact that you have what you've gotten, and enjoy everything in moderation. There's always a chance that you could get what you want, but there's also a chance that it might not happen, and you need to accept that. You could want something with all your heart, but just because you want something doesn't mean it's going to happen. Like, for example, I am never going to stop voting for Doomslayer in Smash. I think that Doomslayer should be in Smash. And I think that the way that Source Gaming talks about Doomslayer is completely and totally dented. But we all have our preferences, and we're allowed to have our preferences. Yeah, like wanting Smash to have mechanical depth, like that's ever gonna happen. Well, not unless you're playing like very specific characters, at least, which sucks, because for all the people that are like, Smash needs a reboot, Smash needs a reboot, Smash needs a reboot, we need to go and reboot the Smash Brothers series. It's like, no, you don't. You have the foundation for such great things here. Why are you going to go remake the wheel when you've already perfected the wheel? Just go back to what worked and focus on the things that worked. Like, when it comes to gameplay, focus around Melee. When it comes to single-player modes, look at how great the single-player modes were for the 3DS version of Smash 4 and Brawl. Like, just go look at the stuff in the past that worked for the series, and just go from there. Like, you made the Ultimate Smash game in roster alone. Why don't you go make the Ultimate Smash game in terms of everything else? Do you still do United Designs? I wanted to bring it back this year, but I honestly lost drive for it because I don't really play much of Unite anymore. And the majority of the characters that I wanted to cover are already being put into the game. Like, I was going to do Darkrai, and then Darkrai is now a speedster when I would have made him a support character. But yeah, let's go back to the days where all this awesome stuff was in the game. And let's have like the game, like a Smash game that takes all of these aspects and does them better than ever before. Like, I'm tired of people talking about let's have Smash go back to Melee. No, let's have a Smash game that's actually, for once, better than Melee. Because we've yet to pass that. We've been taking steps forward and backwards, forward and backwards, forward and backwards for 20 years. Let's stop trying to reinvent the wheel, and let's just go with the stuff that works. And we know the stuff that works because Melee's still alive 23 years later. Like, I love Nintendo and their franchises, but the way they go about making stuff, I know, Smash Brothers isn't technically Nintendo. It's Sakurai, who's not technically with Nintendo anymore, and he has his own company, and he's working with Namco, who makes the games. Regardless, I hate just this concept of having to always reinvent the wheel with new games. Like, just for once, stick with the shit that works. Like, for example, it's okay to have a Mario Galaxy 3. Because Mario Galaxy was just that good. You don't need to go make everything else around and just sprinkle in aspects of Mario Galaxy in various games. Just make Mario Galaxy 3. I don't think the series is going to evolve mechanically if casual is the focus of the game's balance. Well, the thing about that is, you could have a game that plays like Melee, and casuals would be unaffected. Because they would still play the same with the items on, and 8-player Smash, everything, what have you. It's just giving more to the people that want to put in more time and effort into playing the game at a serious level. The casuals lose nothing from a Smash game playing like Melee, or having the feel of Melee. As long as they've got a substantial amount of single-player content or stuff that they can do with friends, like, I think that if you're going to add modes, you need to have modes that work online with other people. Like, for example, if they have a roguelike mode, it should be playable online with friends, not just couch co-op. There are ways to make casuals the focus and happy without sacrificing all the aspects of a competitive game. Because generally speaking, the casuals are going to love the game regardless of how it plays. It's like if you made a platformer and designed it only for speedrunners. Pretty much. It also doesn't really help that the development cycles of the last two Smash games have been complete and utter shit. Like, complete and utter shit. For, like, everybody involved. Smash 4 its development cycle was hell because they had to develop it for 2 systems. And because you were developing for 2 systems, the split between content on both systems was uneven, and we lost characters that couldn't be on both consoles. Smash Ultimate, they had to do everything so fucking fast. Smash Ultimate's development cycle was like way too short. And they focused a lot on, the characters are bringing back everybody back, everybody's here. Like, characters that hadn't been in the series in a long time had to be, like, remade from the ground up, like Pichu, Young Link, and all those other characters. And then you have characters that were, like, completely revamped in the way they play, like Wolf was. And then you had to add newcomers on top of that. And then you give the game, like basically 2 years of DLC life, and that's it. When you have the biggest fighting game in history sitting on your lap, and you just don't go far enough with it. Smash Ultimate should still be in the middle of having seasons. They should support a Smash game until the next console comes out. Like, if this is a big deal for the system, it should be something that's continuously added on to as the system goes on. Add in new characters, add in new modes, balance changes. You don't leave it in a state where you have characters that are fucking bugged and broken. This next Smash Brothers is more than likely already in development. And my hopes are that the development team is like twice the size of Ultimate, and that the budget is like Tekken 8 levels of budget. Bring back as many characters as you can. Put in big fan favorite names that people have been asking for years. Put in fun game modes. Bring back game modes that people like. Like, for example, I think that stuff like Break the Targets and Race to the Finish should absolutely be in the next Smash Brothers. And above all else, make sure that this game's netcode is fucking good. Because I would absolutely sacrifice newcomers if it meant getting rollback netcode in Smash Brothers. I agree, Jimbo. Smash Run should come back. Bring back board the platforms too. Why did they never bring that back? Probably because it would, due to the development cycle of Melee, they didn't have enough time to give every single character their own board the platforms, so they just never brought it back. So that's why, instead we got a Break the Targets for every character, and we got Race to the Finish. But you know what? Bring back Race to the Finish and make it the roguelike mode. Where you get to take different paths. You fight different enemies, you get different items, you power yourself up, and you try to get through it as quickly as possible. There you go. Race to the Finish can be your roguelike mode. I think a roguelike mode for a Smash game would be amazing. There you can make Smash Run the roguelike mode if you want to. Bring back an overhauled gliding mechanic. I generally do not think that gliding was anywhere near as overpowered as people thought it was. It's mainly because of Meta Knight. Meta Knight ruined it for everybody. Like, Meta Knight ruined gliding, and Lucario ruined Aura. Sorry, Lucario ruined Rage. Honestly, characters should have more non-move based movement options like gliding or Peach's hover. I agree, because that adds, more ways for characters to maneuver around and adds general counterplay to characters that are just fucking fast enough to outrun everything in the fucking game, Sonic. It's weird how much over time I've started to defend Sonic's design more and more, because the more I look into it, the more I realize that it's not Sonic's fault that he is the way he is. It is very much the game he's in that's the problem. Like, there's no character in Modern Smash that accentuates Modern Smash's problems more than Sonic. And it's not Sonic's fault, it's just the game around him. The game just lets him do what he wants. Thing is, you could overhaul Sonic's moveset, but if the game is still only based around running speed, he's still going to be able to do all the shit he did in Ultimate. That's the problem that people don't really seem to get about Sonic. Yeah, you can make him feel more like Sonic does in his actual games, but if the game around him feels the exact same, he's just going to play the exact same way. I don't think any character in Smash needs a complete moveset overhaul except Ganon. I'm trying to think if there's anybody else that desperately needs it. I'd argue there are some characters that are pretty close. Like, I think Samus needs a rework of some kind. Like, there are so many characters in Smash that feel a little too outdated. But I think that a lot of characters, like, getting a single move would do enough to make them feel in line with their current counterparts. But characters like Zelda and Ganondorf are like so nothing compared to what they are nowadays that they need something way more. Yeah, I think that Samus's biggest issue is her stat distribution. If her stats were like split differently, I think that she'd feel better. If she had like higher gravity, if she wasn't as floaty, and was generally faster, I think that she'd feel better to play as. Zelda, I think, needs a like overhaul, because it's clear from the way that she plays that she got like the short end of the stick in terms of design between her and Sheik. Sheik, while I think that Sheik too feels like they're missing something, and that's namely kill power, because Sheik is infamous for not being able to do anything remotely close to ending stocks. Zelda just, her mechanics don't really work on when she's on her own, and I think they need to be balanced in some way, shape, or form. Like all the tippers need to go, in my opinion. I think she needs more things to do with magic. I think she needs some sort of time power to go in line with the way she is in Tears of the Kingdom. I think she needs more than what she is now. I think Sonic having higher traction like Captain Falcon might make him better because there's a bit more of a commitment to turning around. Actually, no. Traction being higher means it's much easier to turn around. If the traction is lower, that means that it's harder to turn around. That's why characters like Luigi, before Ultimate when they ruined him, that's why he slid so much, because his traction was so bad. Higher traction means they stop faster. And Sonic has the highest traction in the game, which means that on top of being the fastest character in the game, he's the character that acts the quickest out of his dash, which in general is pretty fucking busted. Not to mention, with the way Marn Smash works, you can bypass having to turn around. Like, I know Delzathan tried to make that an aspect of Sonic, that when he turns around, he does like the slide before he turns around. You can bypass this in Marn Smash by short hopping, because you don't carry your momentum, so you don't have any fear of throwing yourself forward. So as a result, with Sonic's generally poor airspeed, he doesn't need to worry about it because he can just short hop, and immediately the threat of having to turn around is done. Oh god, I don't even want to know what he did to Sonic. At the end of the day, it generally didn't matter what he did to Sonic, because nothing he could have done would have fixed Sonic. Nothing he could have done would have fixed Sonic in an Ultimate setting. Because of the way that Marn Smash works, everything he suggested had a clear counter that was never mentioned. Like the sliding, when you have to turn around, bypass it by jumping. Or bypass it by spin dashing. Like, there are clear ways to bypass stuff like that. He also made him 10% slower when he starts running, but given how much faster Sonic is, he's still leagues and bounds ahead of the second fastest character in the game when he's 10% slower than he is now. So, it basically equated out to like zero. There was no changes, pretty much, because there was nothing he could change. Just checked, you're right. I thought Luigi had high traction. Nope. Traction is lower. The higher the traction, the faster you stop. I feel Zelda could still be a zoner, like she could use her time reversal to send projectiles back to her. Now, I imagine she would still have to be a zoner if she got redesigned. And I do think that Rewind could be a very fun mechanic for a character in Smash to have, but it would have to be properly balanced. And I don't know if they do a great job, honestly. Like, I'm even thinking of doing a video on Sonic and Ultimate, just talking about how you can't inherently fix this character just because of the way the game is. You would have to inherently make him not like Sonic to function in Smash Ultimate as a, like, not, I control every aspect of the game kind of character. But I don't know. I don't think people would listen to it because I get comments all the time telling me some really, really dumb shit. Like, I got a guy like a week ago commenting, telling me that Brawl fans' movesets are better than mine because they're more faithful to the characters, literally because they're like 90% references, and like that's something I could learn from his character designs, and I just like I fucking just like face palmed into my desk hearing stuff like this. No, the game isn't the problem, it's because he doesn't have references. As much of a joke as that is, I'm more than certain that I would get at least one comment like that. And I stand by the fact that if a game has only one aspect of movement, if a character is so dominant in that aspect, because movement in like anything is like the biggest determining factor on anything's validity, or you know, anything's like viability. Anything's viability in a competitive setting, because in any kind of competitive game, more mobility almost always equals you're fucking better than the other person. That's why getting any sort of mobility is like super valuable in like a majority of like competitive games. That's why like in like, I know this is a weird example, but like Fortnite, like the mobility options of Fortnite, you get your hands on one, you are notably in a better spot than the people that don't have it. Example, almost every Rushdown character. It's true. It really is true. Like a fighting game's balance really does just like a fighting game's balance really just hinge on how oppressive is the offense versus how oppressive is the defense. If the defense is stronger than the offense, then 90% of the time a zoner's a top tier. If the offense is better than the defense, then 90% of the time, the Rushdown is the top tier. There is no in-between with this kind of shit. But generally speaking, mobility is like the biggest contributing factor to a lot of things in a lot of competitive games. Not just fighting games, shooters, anything that has peer-to-peer competitiveness. Like, mobility is such a huge deal. Even in games that are slower, what's the first thing somebody tells you to do when you're learning Tekken? Learn movement. What's one of the first things people teach you when you want to play something like Quake? Learn movement. Like, learn the movement. Why? Because it's so integral to the way the game plays. And when you have, and Sonic in Ultimate is literally like a fast pass for like game dominance. I do not think that I know this is going to sound fucking weird, and I don't inherently think that Sonic as a character is as broken as any of the top tiers that have been in other Smash games. But I genuinely think that compared to like the stats of the game, like the way the game works and everything around the character, there's no character in Smash history that is as just dominant with the space they have and the options that they're given as Sonic is in Ultimate. I think Sonic is better than Steve by a long shot. Sonic counters Steve, if that's anything to go by. Like, I think Sonic is the only character from a non-melee fighting game that would be top tier if you put him into Melee. I think Man Knight and Brawl would be okay in Melee, and I think Bayo in Melee would suck ass. Smash 4 Bayo, specifically. Like, Sonic in Ultimate is like a genuine fucking problem. Any favorite movesets that you reviewed here? Yeah, there was that one moveset that was like a GameCube controller that was really fun and neat that I really liked. There was also Bounce Man by EC, which was also pretty good. Yes, Camp, that was you. The GameCube controller. That was probably like one of the best ones that we've looked at here, honestly. All right, I think we've talked for enough. I think I'm gonna be getting going now. Thank everybody for coming out, and I'll see you in like about a month for the next episode of Cleared for Battle. I'm glad out of anything that's happened this year, this is something I've at least managed to stick to and been able to do, because hell, like this year has been hell, and while I genuinely do hope that 2025 is better, I don't know what to expect. But yeah, I guess the next thing you'll see from me is my Scout video, which will probably be out in the next few days. My birthday coming up this coming Friday. I don't know what I'm going to be doing. Originally, I planned to do a birthday stream, but I don't know, like, anymore if I'm going to do it or not. I'll keep you up to date. But yeah, for the time being, I hope you enjoyed your time. I thank you for spending your time here. It does mean a lot. And if you want to resubmit, you can resubmit your work for the next Clear for Battle now. Just so you know, it is open. The Clear for Battle is open to resubmit. And oh shit, Dylan, you're here, dude. I was waiting for you. I thought I was waiting for you so that you could show up so I could review your courier moveset. Oh fuck, I wish you would have said something. You were supposed to be the first one. Why didn't you say anything? Bullshit. You know what, Dylan? Resubmit courier. I'm gonna do them first next time. It was fun talking about moveset design. I'm probably gonna do some moveset work myself when I'm done drawing. I look forward to seeing it. And yes, if you do want it reviewed, you could always submit it for Clear for Battle. I did say hello earlier. It must have not fucking picked up. Because I had, for some reason, this thing always fucking defaults to top chat instead of fucking live chat that shows every message, and your message must have gone buried. But yes, I'm sorry, Dylan. I genuinely wanted to look at your courier moveset, but I wanted you to be here to actually see it. So yeah, make sure you resubmit it, because you will be the first one looked at the next time we do this. And I'm gonna fucking write down a post-it. I'm gonna write down somewhere to remember this, because when I'm working, I tend to like zone the fuck out and forget everything. But yes, the next thing you'll see from me is Scout. I might have a birthday stream, not entirely sure yet. My birthday might just be another work day, honestly. But yeah, I'll be seeing you guys later, and I hope you all have a good one.